Chapter 1067. The gathering of the young geniuses of the Yao clan attracted a lot of attention. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to participate. Only the geniuses of the Yao clan could participate. They had to be at least at the Yin-Yang layer. On the day of the gathering, Lin Feng went to the gathering place. The gathering place was in a small town near the gathering place of the Yao clan. The town was bustling with noise and excitement. Many Yao clans had opened all kinds of shops there, and all kinds of things could be bought there. Now that so many Yao clans had come to the territory of the Great Peng clan, the town was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people lived in the town. The territory of the Great Peng clan was huge. There were 4 or 5 small towns like this in the territory of the Great Peng clan. When Lin Feng arrived in the town, he went to the restaurant where the gathering was taking place. "He's the human cultivator called Lin Feng," said Lin Feng. On the way, many people kept pointing at Lin Feng and whispering to each other. They obviously knew who he was. Many people's attitudes were meaningful, especially at such a sensitive time. The Celestial Beast Pavilion was the name of the restaurant where the gathering was taking place. People were coming and going, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. When Lin Feng arrived, he was stopped. "You're a human. Are you qualified to enter the gathering place of the Yao clan?" The cultivator who stopped Lin Feng sneered. The Qinwu people were a terrifying race. According to legends, they lived on the Fuso tree. "I was invited here, so I'm qualified to enter." Lin Feng looked indifferent. The Qinwu people had a few branches. The first branch was on the East Sea Island of the Golden Crow. Lin Feng didn't know if the Qinwu people in front of him was from the East Sea Island of the Golden Crow or somewhere else. "Who invited you here?" The expert from the Golden Crow clan sneered. "The Qinwu people have 3 branches. This is Gu Qingxian from the Golden Crow Island of the South Sea. His clan has a close relationship with the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan," said a cultivator. When Lin Feng heard the cultivator, he knew why he had stopped him. "I was the one who invited you. Do you have any objections?" Jin Shengyuan walked over. He was the young master of the Great Rock King race and was surrounded by many people. Gu Tuanshuan said indifferently, "Why is the little Peng King alienating his clan instead of his clan?" Jin Shengyuan said, "What's the difference between humans and demons? The real difference is between friends and strangers." Gu Tuanshuan's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything else and walked into the restaurant. Jin Shengyuan walked up and said, "The Yao clans aren't close to each other, but there are some clans that are closer to each other. For example, the Great Rock clan is close to the Peacock clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and the Snow Maidens clan. The Three-Headed Cobra clan, the Sky-Devouring Demon Toad clan, and the Qinwu people of the South Sea are closer." Lin Feng nodded and entered the hall with Jin Shengyuan. As the young master of the rock race, Jin Shengyuan was naturally sought after. Many people came forward to greet Jin Shengyuan. Jin Shengyuan's parents had passed away when he was very young. He had been living with his uncle, the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King didn't have any children, so Jin Shengyuan would definitely become the next leader of the Great Rock clan. In reality, pure-blooded Great Rock clans were extremely rare. Only the Great Rock King and Jin Shengyuan were pure-blooded. The others didn't have pure blood. The first floor was where ordinary geniuses gathered. The second floor was where the top geniuses gathered. The third floor was where the top geniuses gathered. There were private rooms there. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan went to one. When they arrived, there were already more than 20 people gathered there. They were all top geniuses from different clans. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the clans, so he didn't know these top geniuses. Lin Feng's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Obviously, these top geniuses had heard about Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng, some looked at him kindly, some looked indifferent, and some sneered. "This is Lin Feng. I'm sure everyone has heard of him. Let's raise our cups together and toast to Brother Lin. Thank you for escorting the little princess back safely. What do you think?" No one had any objections. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, they all raised their cups and drank. "May I know which clan this Brother Lin is from?" someone asked. He was very curious about Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng had been active in the 72 northern prefectures in the past. The 72 northern prefectures were the most barren places in the Tianwu continent. Therefore, very few people paid attention to the 72 northern prefectures. They didn't know much about Linfeng. Actually, the names of the famous young paragons in the Tianwu continent were known by all 3,000 prefectures. That was because they had shown brilliantly in the Tianwu continent's Battle of Geniuses. Before they had participated in the Tianwu continent's Battle of Geniuses, no one knew about them. After all, the Tianwu continent was too big, and there were too many geniuses. Who knew how much news would spread throughout the Tianwu continent every day? Today, there was news that a certain genius had broken through to the creation realm at the age of 18. The next day, there would be news that a certain genius had become a heaven stage spirit formation master at the age of 20. There was too much news like this, and many of the large factions only laughed when they heard about it because there was too much fake news. For example, the news of Linfeng being called the Little Stone Saint had spread for a while. However, only those who had personally seen Linfeng choose a stone believed in the various legends about the Little Stone Saint. Those who hadn't seen it for themselves didn't believe it at all. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. Linfeng smiled and said, "I'm from a small faction. Perhaps no one has heard of it before." Everyone smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Many people felt that Linfeng didn't want to reveal his identity. At that moment, a venting sound came from outside. Soon, someone stepped into the private room. It was a very valiant man with a black cape and eyes that were like stars. Shuezongxian. Many people were shocked. Shuezongxian was a supreme genius, the #1 genius of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. His arrival caused a commotion. Many cultivators in the private room stood up to greet Shuezongxian. Shuezongxian nodded and entered the private room. Soon after, another venting sound came from outside. Soon, a second genius entered the private room. Evil Dragon. His figure was slightly thin, but he was extremely handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. He was the #1 genius of the three-headed Cobra clan, Evil Dragon. He was also a supreme prodigy. The arrival of Shuezongxian and Evil Dragon caused a huge uproar. The cultivators on the first and second floors were all discussing the two of them. The top geniuses in the private rooms on the third floor were very respectful to the two of them. It could be seen how noble their identities were among the younger generation of the Demon Clan. Chapter 1068. Shuezongxian and Xie Long sat down. Many people came forward to toast them. The two of them had only had a small taste of the battle. They clearly had a higher status than the others. After all, the two of them were venerables. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become the venerables of the Sky Martial continent in the future. At that time, who would be able to compete with them? Fellow Taoists, are you here because of what happened recently? Asked Gu Tuanshuan with a fake smile. He glanced at Linfeng. Many people thought about the conflict between Linfeng and the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. Gu Tuanshuan was obviously trying to lead Shuezongxian and Xie Long in that direction. That's right. Shuezongxian and Xie Long nodded. Gu Tuanshuan said, "That human brat is in the private room," said Shuezongxian indifferently. "Don't we know?" Gu Tuanshuan's heart trembled. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he realize that he had been too smart for his own good. Who were Shuezongxian and Xie Long? When they came in, even if they didn't pay attention to Linfeng, they probably already knew that Linfeng was here. His actions just now were too superfluous. I said something wrong. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine. Gu Tuanshuan drank 3 cups of wine in a row and left. He was much more well-behaved. Everyone was puzzled. Linfeng already had such a deep grudge with the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. If Xie Long and Shuezongxian had come to kill Linfeng, why did they do nothing when they saw Linfeng? They didn't understand, but they didn't dare ask. There had to be a reason, but they didn't know what it was. I wonder if the holy fetus will really be taken out of the little princess's body this time. If it's taken out with our status, we should be able to get a share of it, right? Said a beast cultivator. He was obviously looking forward to it. By now, these people had long forgotten about Emperor Taiching's kindness and only cared about benefits. Who would care about the little princess's life or death? This is the general trend. It's not something that a few people or a few powers can stop, said another young genius from the Yao clan. He seemed to be implying something. However, someone retorted with a cold smile. The demonic emperor's holy fetus belongs to the Tai-Ching emperor's bloodline, not to the various demon clans. What do you all want? Are you trying to take it by force? The bestial clans want to protect the little princess. That's why they want to take the imperial holy embryo out. If they had taken the imperial holy embryo out, there wouldn't have been so many people watching the little princess. Someone immediately said, this reason was also a righteous one. How shameless. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. No matter how wrong something was, as long as one intended to do it, one would always be able to find some plausible reasons. In essence, there was no difference between the human race and the demon race, because they were all cultivators. Cultivators valued benefits over feelings. At this time, a chuckle came from outside. A moment later, a woman in white walked in. Her arrival caused many people's eyes to light up. The white-clothed woman had an enchanting figure. Her voluptuous figure had a perfect golden ratio. Such a delicate body was simply too provocative. Coupled with her charming and beautiful face, every move she made had a kind of temptation that made people fall for her. A vixen. Many people couldn't help but gulp when they saw her. She was a nine-tailed fox. She was naturally seductive. The women of the nine-tailed fox clan were all peerless beauties. They weren't just beautiful. There were many beautiful women in the world. However, only the women of the nine-tailed fox clan had a natural seductive physique. They were every man's dream lover. A woman from the nine-tailed fox clan, Wu Shan. She could make a man feel extreme pleasure. It's her. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw her. Feng Yaorao. He naturally wouldn't forget this woman. In the past, Feng Yaorao had chased after Lu Piaomiao. She stopped him in the forest and asked if he'd seen Lu Piaomiao. Lin Feng naturally knew where Lu Piaomiao was, but he couldn't tell her. If she found Lu Piaomiao, she would die without a doubt. Lin Feng was worried that she'd search his soul. In a moment of desperation, he said that he'd cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm within 10 years, and that he'd come to propose marriage. At the time, Feng Yaorao had almost killed Lin Feng in a fit of anger. Lin Feng said, Fairy, are you going to kill someone who admires you? Only then did Feng Yaorao let him go. However, in the face of Lin Feng's blatant confession, she was still a bit shy. She didn't linger and quickly left. After so many years, Feng Yaorao was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Feng Yaorao in the territory of the monster tribe. No wonder she was so seductive. She was from the nine-tailed fox tribe. In fact, there was one thing that Lin Feng didn't know. When they were heading to the ruins of gods, Feng Yaorao had seen Lin Feng from afar. Feng Yaorao's father was one of the 9 great pirate kings, the heavenly wind god. He was the captain of the demon god pirate ship and the pirate king of the East Sea. At the time, the cultivators heading to the ruins of gods were surrounded by the 9 great pirate kings. It was Feng Yaorao who ordered them not to attack the direction that Lin Feng and the others had fled in. This was how Lin Feng and the others managed to escape. However, Feng Yaorao didn't appear at that time. Yaorao, you're here. Shui Zongxian stood up and smiled at Feng Yaorao. He had been pursuing Feng Yaorao this entire time. Of course, there were many reasons for this. Feng Yaorao was indeed very attractive. Secondly, her father's identity was too extraordinary. Furthermore, it was said that the demon godship was hiding a huge secret. If he could get his hands on Feng Yaorao, not only would he be able to win her heart, but he might even be able to inherit the demon godship from the heavenly wind god in the future. Brother Shui. Feng Yaorao bowed slightly. She didn't appear to be very friendly. Fairy Yaorao is still as beautiful as ever. The evil demonic dragon smiled. Thank you for your praise, Brother Shui. Feng Yaorao smiled. Many people were mesmerized by her beauty. Her smile was so beautiful that it made all the women in the world pale in comparison. There were also a few female monster tribe cultivators present. They were all extremely beautiful, but they paled in comparison to Feng Yaorao. Yaorao, there's a seat here. Sit here. Shui Zongxian smiled. Many people looked at Shui Zongxian enviously. They also had some thoughts about Feng Yaorao. However, they knew that Shui Zongxian was pursuing Feng Yaorao. Who would dare to invite her? Thank you for your invitation, Brother Shui, but I already have a place I like, said Feng Yaorao while smiling in a charming way. She then walked towards Lin Feng and landed next to him. She looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and asked, Sir, is there anyone here? Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaorao. He knew that Feng Yaorao had definitely recognized him. However, she hadn't acknowledged him yet, so Feng Yaorao naturally had her reasons for doing this. Lin Feng wasn't so bored as to guess why Feng Yaorao was doing this. He smiled and said, There's no one here. Is it okay if I sit here? Feng Yaorao asked with a smile. Of course, Lin Feng replied. Feng Yaorao smiled and sat down beside Lin Feng. Shui Zongxian's expression darkened slightly. Feng Yaorao had rejected his invitation, so he naturally felt that he had lost face. However, Shui Zongxian was a very thoughtful person, so he didn't show it. Shui Zongxian walked over and looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Feng Yaorao. I like this place. Now, go and find another place, said Shui Zongxian. Chapter 1069. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Shui Zongxian. Now, Shui Zongxian wanted Lin Feng's seat because he could sit beside Feng Yaorao. However, would Lin Feng give his seat to Shui Zongxian? If he obediently gave up his seat, it would be embarrassing. But what if he didn't? Both sides had a grudge. Now that Shui Zongxian didn't make a move, Lin Feng should feel lucky, right? What if he angered Shui Zongxian? If Shui Zongxian made a move, would Lin Feng be able to withstand Shui Zongxian's anger? These people had heard that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Because they hadn't seen it before, they doubted Lin Feng's strength. Even though Lin Feng was strong, could he be compared to Shui Zongxian? Obviously, it was impossible. Shui Zongxian had already established his position during the last prodigy battle. What about Lin Feng? Even if he was a new genius, how could he be compared to Shui Zongxian, who had established his position many years ago? Even though it would be a little embarrassing for him to give up his seat, it was the best choice he could make. This way, he could avoid the conflict between him and Shui Zongxian. However, Lin Feng was different from what the demon cultivators thought. The grudge between him and Shui Zongxian couldn't be resolved. Since that was the case, he didn't have to care about Shui Zongxian's face. This is my seat, Lin Feng said indifferently. I said that I want this seat. Do you want me to say it again? Shui Zongxian's face instantly darkened. I want the jade on your waist, Lin Feng said indifferently. So, shouldn't you give it to me? You should feel lucky that I didn't kill you immediately. Now, you dare to talk nonsense with me? You really don't know your limits. Shui Zongxian looked indifferent. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then come out and see if I have the ability to crush you. Shui Zongxian looked gloomy. No matter how scheming he was, he couldn't help but feel angry because Lin Feng had embarrassed him. This is a gathering place, not a place for personal fights. If Brother Shui wants to fight, I will have to ask you to leave, Jin Shengyuan said indifferently. Jin Shengyuan, who gave you the guts to be so impudent? Just because Shui Zongxian was a paragon sky pride, he could be said to be extremely arrogant and despotic. He didn't even put Jin Shengyuan in his eyes. However, this person's strength was indeed strong. How awe-inspiring. You dare to be so awe-inspiring in someone else's home? Don't you think you're stealing the limelight? Princess Shuiyao walked in. Shuiyao. Shui Zongxian waved his sleeves and said, This is a world where the strong are respected. Besides, this is the territory of the Great Peng clan, not Jin Shengyuan's clan. Jin Shengyuan is just a little boy. How can he drive me away? Shui Zongxian's words were filled with contempt for Jin Shengyuan. With Shui Zongxian's strength, unless he wanted to leave, it would not be easy to chase him away. This was because Shui Zongtian's cultivation was too tyrannical. Jin Shengyuan pulled a long face. Shui Zongxian had infuriated him. Shui Zongxian's arrogance made Jin Shengyuan feel wronged. But this was the reality of the world. Strength determined everything, said Princess Shuiyao indifferently. Haven't you heard of the saying, don't bully a young man because he's poor? Jin Shengyuan is a few years younger than you. Anything can happen in the future. Is that so? I hope that day comes, said Shui Zongxian disdainfully. He didn't continue targeting Lin Feng. He went back to his seat, picked up his glass, and drank some wine. Princess Shuiyao also sat down. Because of Princess Shuiyao, the party didn't become chaotic. Princess Shuiyao's social status was extraordinary because the last great emperor of the beasts was a phoenix. It had only been 100,000 years since then. The great emperor's aura was still there, causing the various demon clans to be extremely wary of the Phoenix clan. Princess, about the holy imperial fetus, said someone. He wanted to ask about the holy imperial fetus, but he suddenly remembered that Princess Shuiyao didn't want to take the holy imperial fetus out of little Yu's body, so he shut his mouth. Said Princess Shuiyao, I know what you're thinking. Regardless of whether the holy imperial fetus is taken out or not, the beasts must avenge the deaths of Chu Yun and the others. The others fell silent because this wasn't something they could decide. If possible, they didn't want to get involved in this mess. In their eyes, what did Chu Yun's death have to do with them? Lin Feng suddenly realized that Princess Shuiyao and the others were planning to use the beasts to deal with the South Continent's 3 clans. However, he didn't know what their specific plan was. He would have to wait until the various beasts discussed it. The party dispersed in the middle of the night. Shuizong Xian looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. If you walk too much at night, something will happen sooner or later. Lin Feng knew what he was implying, so he calmly said, You don't have to worry about it. Xiao Long looked meaningfully at Lin Feng, then left with Shuizong Xian. Lin Feng frowned. These two were very strange. It was rumored that they had come to kill him, but they hadn't done anything. Could it be that they don't want to fight in the beast's territory? Is it because they think that they'll be stopped if they fight in the beast's territory? Is it because they can't kill me? Is that why they're looking for another place? Lin Feng thought to himself. He felt that this was very likely. The crowd dispersed, and Lin Feng returned to his residence. Under the night sky, a cold wind blew. When Lin Feng was about to reach his residence, a fragrant wind blew. Feng Yaorao walked over. Fairy, were you waiting for me? Asked Lin Feng with a smile. If I wasn't waiting for you, who else would I be waiting for? Said Feng Yaorao. She was very direct, and she didn't hide her feelings. Do you remember that I said that I would propose marriage when I reached the yin-yang boundary? I haven't forgotten. Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaorao. You want to propose marriage? Aren't you afraid that my father will kick you out? Feng Yaorao giggled. This woman's every frown and smile could make people unable to extricate themselves, and they could not help but go crazy for her. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, when he saw Feng Yaorao's mesmerizing appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Feng Yaorao's slim waist. He smiled and said, You haven't gone yet. How do you know you'll be kicked out? Maybe you'll like me very much. Let go. Feng Yaorao blushed and struggled. Chapter 1070. Her body was soft and comfortable in his arms, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of Feng Yaorao. He said, The night is dark and the wind is chilly. I'll block the cold wind for you and use my body heat to warm you up. Feng Yaorao blushed and said, How come I didn't know that you were such a shameless person? Lin Feng said, You call me shameless? I just want to be nice to the person I love. Who is the person you love? Feng Yaorao spat. Lin Feng said, You, of course. Feng Yaorao groaned. Shameless. I don't know how many women you've said the same thing to. Lin Feng said, I'm being sincere. I still remember everything you said to me back then. Back then, I said that I would ask for your hand in marriage after I reached the yin-yang realm. You said that you would wait for me. You can't deny it now. Feng Yaorao blushed and said, Back then, I thought that you wouldn't be able to reach that level, so I said that. Lin Feng hugged Feng Yaorao even tighter. Feng Yaorao's body was pressed tightly against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng said, I don't care about that. I only know that someone once said those words, and I've done it. Since we've met here, it's fate. You can't run away from it. Feng Yaorao said, Only a scoundrel would take a joke as the truth. Since you put it that way, I can only admit that I'm a scoundrel. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng covered Feng Yaorao's red lips with his. Feng Yaorao's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so daring. However, Feng Yaorao's heart was in a mess. This was because she had never experienced such a thing. No matter how charming she looked on the outside, her heart was like a blank piece of paper. Now that she was kissing Lin Feng, her mind was blank. She had no idea what was going on. Don't know how much time had passed. When Feng Yaorao felt Lin Feng's hands began to be dishonest, she woke up with a start and pushed Lin Feng away. Bastard! Feng Yaorao lifted her little leg and kicked Lin Feng, then fled without a trace. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips. Thinking back to the intimate contact just now, it was truly wonderful beyond words. He walked briskly back to his residence. Not far away, two people walked out from behind the rockery. These two people were Xie Yaolong and Shui Zongxian. At this moment, Shui Zongxian's face was slightly distorted. Bitch. Feng Yaorao, that bitch. I pursued her for such a long time, but this bitch has always been indifferent to me. Now, she actually took the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms. Shui Zongxian was almost ignited by the flames of jealousy. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. Tonight, I'll take that bastard's life, Shui Zongxian said fiercely. Xie Yaolong said, Brother Shui, don't let your jealousy affect your mood. This is the territory of the Great Pongqing clan. If we attack that bastard, the experts of the Great Pongqing clan will certainly stop us. You should also know that this bastard has a close relationship with the Great Pongqing clan, so we must deal with him outside. If we attack him in the territory of the Great Pongqing clan, we will alert the enemy and it will be much more difficult to take his life next time. Shui Zongxian calmed down a lot and nodded calmly. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the monster race to discuss how to deal with the holy embryo of the monster emperor. This matter was discussed for 3 days, and in the end, the two sides reached an agreement. According to the agreement, after the monster race attacked the territory of the one sect and 3 prefectures to avenge grandmother Chu Yun, all the clans would join hands to take a part of the holy embryo of the monster emperor's origin blood. However, the prerequisite was that the origin of the holy embryo of the monster emperor couldn't be harmed, and the holy embryo of the monster emperor couldn't be removed from the little princess's body. This was the result of the compromise between the two sides. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. This was the best result that could be obtained at this stage. The various clans of the monster race began to gather their cultivators to attack the one sect and 3 prefectures. In fact, the one sect and 3 prefectures were also gathering their forces to attack the territory of the Great Pongqing clan. The one sect and 3 prefectures wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when the Great Pongqing clan was suffering from a Dao injury to attack the territory of the Great Pongqing clan. In the past, the Great Pongqing clan had been besieged during the Heavenly Tribulation, and the experts of the 4 great clans had attacked him, but they had all been killed by the Great Pongqing clan. The 4 great clans had suffered disastrous losses. They had always kept this grudge in their hearts. Now that the Great Pongqing clan had a high chance of recovering from his Dao injury, the one sect and 3 prefectures naturally couldn't sit still. The monster race army gathered together, and the cultivators of the one sect and 3 prefectures also gathered together. The two sides immediately clashed. In the ancient forest, a frenzied slaughter unfolded. Elder Jean contacted a dozen beast emperors in the depths of the forest and came to an agreement. These beast emperors launched a beast tide to help the monster race army besiege the experts of the one sect and 3 prefectures. In the first battle, more than 10,000 experts of the one sect and 3 prefectures were killed. This was an extremely huge loss to the one sect and 3 prefectures. The monster race cultivators pursued the monster race army and directly killed their way into the cities controlled by the one sect and 3 prefectures. This kind of battle was quite tragic, and countless people would die. If there were people who deserved to die, there would naturally be innocent people who would die tragically. But this was war. After the monster race conquered one city after another, they began to collect the treasures gathered by the one sect and 3 prefectures. Under the restraint of Princess Shui Yao and the others, the monster race didn't wantonly slaughter the innocent people. If there really was a massacre of the cities, the monster race who was originally in the right would become the unreasonable party. The monster race's morale was greatly boosted, and they continued to attack and conquer the cities controlled by the one sect and 3 prefectures. Ever since the Middle Ages, the ancient southern region hadn't had such a chaotic battle for a long time. Blood flowed for millions of miles, and it was unknown how many people died in this battle. The one sect and 3 prefectures who were not prepared enough were defeated by the monster race army. The one sect and 3 prefectures sent out their ancient powerhouses, but Princess Shui Yao brought the emperor weapon of the Phoenix clan. She joined forces with the monster race experts and killed more than 10 ancient powerhouses. The one sect and 3 prefectures had suffered a great loss. With so many ancient powerhouses dead, the strength of the 3 prefectures had decreased sharply. This bloody battle in the southern region naturally caused a huge uproar in the Sky Martial continent. Because in the entire Sky Martial continent, it had been 30,000 years since a battle of this scale had occurred. The monster race army even wanted to take advantage of the victory and kill their way into the lair of the one sect and 3 prefectures. However, the one sect and 3 prefectures paid an unknown price to invite the 8 great powers to help them deal with the monster race army's siege. After the 8 great powers joined in, the battle became even more tragic. The monster race army that was originally high in morale suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to retreat back to the monster race's territory. The one sect and 3 prefectures joined forces with the 8 great powers to chase the monster race army all the way to the Sky Demon Forest. The battle between the 2 sides was incomparably tragic, and the Sky Demon Forest was already flowing with blood. Currently, many places in the southern region were covered in a rain of blood. Even during the day, one could hear the cries of malicious spirits. A cold wind swept through the land, and wandering spirits could be seen everywhere. The entire southern region seemed to have become a ghost town. Chapter 1071. The Battle of the Southern Continent had spread far and wide, but now the battle was coming to an end. The monster race had retreated to the Celestial Beast Forest, but they were in trouble now. The alliance of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 other influential groups had caused the monster race to suffer great losses. The 8 influential groups that the one sect, 3 governments had invited were very famous: the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty, the Divine Shrine, the Cave of Time, the Godly Axe Sect, the Great Qin Empire, the Supreme Ancient Mahist Sect, the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, the Spiritual Sect. The 8 influential groups were all at the Supreme Ancient level. Besides, Lin Feng had a deep grudge with the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty and the Divine Shrine. Lin Feng didn't know how the one sect, 3 governments had invited the 8 influential groups to help. But now, the 8 influential groups were helping the cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and the 8 influential groups to fight against the monster race. The monster race couldn't return to the territory of the monster race, so Mr. Jean started to organize a group of cultivators to help. About 20,000 cultivators had gathered in the territory of the monster race, and they set off to help. Lin Feng also joined them, including Princess Shui Yao, Jin Shengyuan, and the others. Since the start of the war, I'm afraid that many powers have gone completely crazy. Lin Feng frowned. It was hard to say whether the battle was good or evil. Both sides had gone crazy and couldn't stop. The best thing to do was to sit down and negotiate, but obviously, the one sect, 3 governments wouldn't agree. The one sect, 3 governments had suffered great losses. Now that they had invited the 8 influential groups to fight against the monster race, the one sect, 3 governments would definitely seize this opportunity to kill the Great Peng King. That was the main goal of the one sect, 3 governments. Even though there were many strong cultivators in the territory of the monster race in the southern continent, the one sect, 3 governments weren't afraid of them at all. They were afraid of the Great Peng King. They had waited for 300 years, hoping that the Great Peng King would die from his injuries. But the Great Peng King didn't die, and his injuries might even heal. The one sect, 3 governments were terrified. Therefore, they had to take advantage of this extremely rare opportunity to kill the Great Peng King. Greed is human nature. Many things lead to worse situations because of greed, said Lin Feng. The demon lord muttered to himself as he sat on the lonely grave. Their team had been ambushed by experts from the One Clan, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. These experts who had come out to ambush them were obviously here to prevent this team from going forward to rescue the demon race army. The battle was intense. In this pitch-black night, the team was scattered. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. Lin Feng had been locked down by two experts. Two experts rushed towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. The person on the left condensed a subduing immortal seal to suppress Lin Feng. The person on the right slashed out a terrifying saber light, which pierced through the heaven and earth and swept over. The two of them cooperated quite well. One of them used a movement-restricting divine ability, while the other used a powerful offensive divine ability. Die, brat. A cold voice sounded. The two people that had attacked were the evil monstrous dragon and Shui Zongxian. The strength of these two could be said to be unfathomable. Now that the two of them had displayed their tyrannical combat strength, they wanted to kill Lin Feng in an instant. They had not made a move in the demon race's territory because they were waiting for such an opportunity. In the face of these two terrifying attacks, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself. Bang! Bang! The evil monstrous dragon and Shui Zongxian's attacks bombarded the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. One had to admit that these two's attacks were too powerful. This was because the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a mid-grade Dao artifact, had begun to crack after withstanding the attacks of the two experts. Crack. Finally, with a shattering sound, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a mid-grade Dao artifact, was directly shattered. This treasure had been with Lin Feng for a long time. It had helped Lin Feng resolve several life and death crises. Now, it was destroyed just like that. Lin Feng felt a heartache. However, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. After the 7 treasures glazed pagoda helped him block the attacks of the two experts, Lin Feng quickly retreated more than 1,000 meters away. Damn it, we should have killed that brat. The evil monstrous dragon and Shui Zongxian's faces were incomparably gloomy. It's the two of you. Lin Feng looked at the evil monstrous dragon and Shui Zongxian gloomily. The joint attack of these two experts was indeed too terrifying. It made him feel the threat of death. Brat, you won't be able to escape today. Your life will be ours for sure. The evil monstrous dragon and Shui Zongxian directly flew towards Lin Feng. The two of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. You don't have a chance anymore. Lin Feng's face was cold. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng was not afraid of anyone. But now that the two of them had joined hands, they could kill him. Lin Feng did not intend to continue fighting with them. He used the ultimate skill Void Travel and quickly left. The Great Void Technique? Chapter 1072. She had long silver hair, a cold but beautiful face, and a tall and slender body. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was as cold as ice, making it difficult for people to get close to her. The Snow Ladies were mysterious. Apart from a few clans that were on good terms with the Snow Ladies, outsiders knew very little about them, not to mention interacting with the Snow Maidens. This race had always been so cold and distant, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Isn't that Xin Piao Shui? It was Lin Feng, who had heard the sounds of the battle and was hiding in the forest. Qian Piao Shui's peerless beauty surprised Lin Feng. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but Qian Piao Shui was obviously in a bad situation as she was surrounded by 4 strong cultivators. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to help. Qian Piao Shui had been seriously injured, and her fighting strength had been greatly reduced. Even if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to save her. A friend's friend was a friend, and an enemy's friend was an enemy. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to help Qian Piao Shui. Of course, he had to find an opportunity to help her. If he couldn't find an opportunity, Qian Piao Shui would have to pray for her own good. Even if she wanted to help someone, it would be under the condition that her own safety wasn't threatened. If her own safety was threatened, she would have to overestimate herself and help others. The 4 strong cultivators' attacks became more and more ferocious. Qian Piao Shui was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. She could be drowned at any moment. Bang! Qian Piao Shui was sent flying for the second time. She was sent flying a few hundred meters away. This time, her injuries were even more serious than before. She couldn't control her body anymore and fell to the ground. Qian Piao Shui can't fight anymore. She's the Holy Virgin of the Snow Lady clan. so she must have a lot of treasures. I don't want her treasures. I want her as a person. I haven't enjoyed a woman of the Snow Lady clan yet. Emo Long laughed loudly. No problem. The other three nodded. The other three nodded. Obviously, they were not interested in women. After the four strong cultivators reached an agreement, they quickly flew towards Qian Piao Shui. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. Lin Feng stepped out and hugged Qian Piao Shui's soft waist. Her delicate body entered his embrace, and a tempting fragrance drifted into his nose. Let me go. Qian Piao Shui bit her pale lips and swung her palm at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed her soft palm and said, I am Lin Feng, the one who protected the little princess to the Rock King's territory. Hearing this explanation, Thousand Piao Shui's hostility dissipated. Lin Feng's right hand that was holding Qian Yaorao's waist tightened as he said, Please forgive me for offending you. Qian Piao Shui's pale face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lin Feng. She allowed Lin Feng to hug her small waist. Lin Feng, it's actually you. After seeing Lin Feng, Emo Lung's eyes were filled with killing intent. TSK, so it's Taoist Emo Long time no see. How have you been? Lin Feng waved at Emo Long. Lin Feng's expression and tone made it seem like he was teasing Emo Long. He didn't seem like a friend who was greeting each other. Emo Long sneered and said, You didn't take the right path to heaven, but you barged into hell. Since you've come to die today, we'll kill you as well. Emo Long wasn't the only one who wanted to kill Lin Feng. The masked cultivator's killing intent towards Lin Feng was no less than Emo Long's. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng, they would have captured the princess a long time ago and nothing would have happened. The masked cultivator wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh. Huangfu Wuji was Huangfu Qingtian's uncle. He had seen Lin Feng's portrait before. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he was filled with killing intent as well. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian were now enemies of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. As for Ying Yutian, although he didn't seem to have a deep grudge against Lin Feng on the surface, in reality, Lin Feng, Granny Tianshan, and the Empress had joined hands to take the three treasures in the world of the 33 heavenly stairs. Ying Yutian had always hated Lin Feng, Granny Tianshan, and the Empress. He just hadn't had the chance to kill them. Ying Yutian smiled indifferently. Lin Feng, you've always been lucky, but today, your luck has come to an end, said Ying Yutian, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng, you've always been lucky, but today, your luck has come to an end. The four strong cultivators quickly caught up. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, Whether or not my luck has come to an end depends on whether the four of you can catch up with me. He used a void teleportation technique and quickly left. The Great Void Technique? Ying Yutian, Emo Long, and Huangfu Wuji were astonished. They looked at the masked cultivator at the same time. The Great Void Technique was Gongsun Wushu's divine ability. The masked cultivator also came from Shang Tianmin. His identity was mysterious. They even realized that Gongsun Wushu was extremely afraid of the masked cultivator. Ying Yutian and the others guessed that the masked cultivator's identity was definitely not simple. It's not the Great Void Technique, but there are some similarities. That boy can't escape. I've already locked onto his chi. Let's chase him. After saying that, the masked cultivator waved his right hand, and a small boat flew out. That's a void boat. It can travel through the void. That boy can't escape. The masked cultivator entered the boat first, followed by Ying Yutian, Emo Long, and Huangfu Wuji. Lin Feng stepped out of the void 15 kilometers away. Using the void teleportation technique, he could travel 15 kilometers at most. After all, Lin Feng had only practiced it for a short period of time. Not long after he came out, the masked cultivator and the others drove the void boat and rushed over. Boy, you can't escape. Cold laughter rang out from the void ship. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hugged Piao Shui's soft body and used the void teleportation technique to escape. However, after using it 5 times in a row, he still couldn't escape from the void boat. Using the void teleportation technique consumed a lot of magic power. After using it 5 times in a row, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He took out a jade leaf stone and refined it. His magic power recovered. At that moment, the void boat was about to catch up. It'll take me at least 10 teleportation techniques to reach the territory of the Yao clan. They'll definitely catch up with me during that time. Lin Feng looked gloomy. Suddenly, he looked into the depths of the forest. It was dark and gloomy. It was emitting a cold chi. The Sky Demon Abyss is said to be a place where demons are buried. There are countless restrictions. Once a strong cultivator enters, they'll die. Qian Piao Shue's face was pale. Hearing Qian Piao Shue's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly rushed into the dark forest and disappeared. Chapter 1073. Isn't this the Devil Burial Ground, the place where the Sky Demon Abyss is located? Although this place isn't a place of death, there are countless restrictions in the Sky Demon Abyss. Once you enter, you'll die. The void boat stopped outside. They didn't enter rashly. That little brat is very strange. He might really escape. If the four of us work together, we should have no problem exploring the Sky Demon Abyss. Even if we run into danger, if we work together and have the treasures we have, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us to escape, said Yutian. He knew Lin Feng the best among the four of them. The other three nodded. The masked cultivator said, "In that case, let's go in and take a look. However, the Sky Demon Abyss is very scary. We have to be careful." After that, the four of them flew out of the void boat. The masked cultivator put the void boat away. After that, they entered the gloomy forest. After traveling for about a kilometer, a deep abyss appeared in front of them. It was more than 10 kilometers long and 4 or 5 kilometers wide. When Xiao Chun sensed carefully, he could vaguely sense two indistinct auras in the deep abyss. As expected, he's hiding here. The four strong cultivators laughed coldly and entered the abyss. Lin Feng hugged Qian Piaoxue and rushed into the abyss. Qian Piaoxue felt much better. She blushed and said, "Put me down." Lin Feng nodded and put Qian Piaoxue down. Qian Piaoxue's body swayed slightly. She almost fainted on the ground. Lin Feng quickly supported her. "Thank you." Qian Piaoxue's voice was weak. Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill and gave it to Qian Piaoxue. Then he said, "We can be considered allies. If we really want to talk about it, we can even be considered friends because of Little Moon. Since we're friends, there's no need to be so polite. This is a healing medicinal pill. Take it, and your injuries will gradually stabilize." Qian Piaoxue nodded and swallowed the medicinal pill Lin Feng gave her. Her pale face regained some color. Qian Piaoxue asked, "Why did you enter this place?" "This place is filled with danger. Once we enter, we're like turtles in a jar." Lin Feng said, "To others, this place is indeed very dangerous, but to me, it's a paradise." "Paradise?" Qian Piaoxue looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "Look at the mountain ridges of the Sky Demon Abyss. They look like the spines of two dragons, and then they converge at the entrance. This is called Twin Dragon Spitting Pearls," Lin Feng said. Qian Piaoxue looked at Lin Feng strangely. "You know about mountains and rivers? The sky has 9 mountains and the mountains. Earth. Why was that? That's because dragon veins represent fate. Qi is the source of life. Dragon veins are alive. I heard my aunt say something similar. She said that the dragon veins are alive, and we snow maidens are surrounded by 9 snowy mountains." Qian Piaoxue said thoughtfully. "No wonder the snow maidens have been thriving for so long." Lin Feng sighed and said, "This place is filled with twin dragons spitting pearl. It's filled with restrictions and danger. Ordinary people would feel as if they were walking on thin ice. However, my sect can control the 9 mountains of heaven and 9 mountains of earth. The dragon veins belong to the 9 mountains of earth, so I can control the dragon veins' power. If they dare to come in, I'll make them suffer even if they don't die." Boom! At that moment, the sound of violent ripples came from not too far away. "They've come in and triggered the restrictions here," Qian Piaoxue said. "Stay here for now, and don't move around." "Don't touch the restrictions," Lin Feng said. Qian Piaoxue nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought that an icy beauty like Qian Piaoxue would care about him. He nodded and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, Qian Piaoxue's face turned pink. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she had said those words out of concern for Lin Feng. For a moment, she felt as if there was a little deer running around in her heart. She was very flustered. The four experts were indeed powerful. With their combined strength, they were able to block the restrictions of the Sky Demon Abyss. After the four of them got rid of the restrictions, they continued to carefully walk deeper into the abyss. The four of you, are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Feng stood in the distance and smiled as he looked at the four of them. Brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk big. Let's attack together and get rid of him. Imo Long laughed sinisterly and was the first to rush towards Lin Feng. Soon after, the masked cultivator, Ing Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji also rushed over. Lin Feng sneered and raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. The Celestial Master Sect's inheritance, Imperial Restriction Technique. This Imperial Restriction Technique could control all kinds of terrifying restrictions. One after another, seals appeared in the void and swept towards the four powerful beings. You can control the restrictions here? How is that possible? The four experts' expressions changed drastically. The restrictions were extremely powerful. Now that they saw that Lin Feng could control them, their hearts trembled. How could they dare to stay? They blocked the attacks of the restrictions as they retreated. Dragon Vein Awakening. Lin Feng shouted and formed thousands of seals. Runes intertwined and surged into the two dragon veins. Rumble. The earth shook. Roar, roar. Next, a loud dragon's roar was heard. The two dragon veins turned into two pitch-black dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the four experts. He can really control the dragon veins. Qian Piaoshue's red lips parted slightly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. This kind of method was really amazing. It was the first time she had seen it. Qian Piaoshue looked at Lin Feng, who was controlling the restrictions and dragon veins calmly. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange light. Dragon swings its tail. Black dragon claws. The attacks of the two dragon veins were ferocious and overbearing. It was already very difficult for the four experts to block the attack of the restriction. Now that the two dragon veins attacked again, they were unable to block it. They were directly sent flying. It was as if they were struck by lightning. They spat out blood in midair. Die. Lin Feng jumped up and rushed towards Imo Long, who was closest to him. He used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Imo Long. Imo Long's expression changed slightly. However, Imo Long was a top expert among the ancient giants. After a short moment of panic, he regained his composure. While his body was still in midair, he twisted and stabilized himself. Then, he began to condense a powerful divine ability to resist Lin Feng's attack. He condensed an energy ball in his hand and shot it towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no intention of dodging. He sped up and rushed towards Imo Long. He wanted to kill Imo Long. As long as he killed Imo Long, the four experts would be left with only three. Their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Then, Lin Feng might even be able to kill all four of them in the Heaven Demon Abyss. Chapter 1074. Bang! Lin Feng and Imo Long collided. Instantly, waves of destructive energy surged out. Imo Long was indeed very strong. His hasty attack actually pushed Lin Feng back. Then, Imo Long quickly retreated, wanting to leave the Heaven Demon Abyss. The restrictions here were controlled by Lin Feng, and the Dragon Vein was also under Lin Feng's control. Imo Long knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with Lin Feng in such a place, so he didn't want to continue fighting. Imo Long wanted to escape, but Lin Feng wasn't going to give him the opportunity. Lin Feng released countless deployment spells towards Imo Long. Swoosh! A light flashed in Imo Long's hand, and a treasure appeared. It was a pitch-black giant ruler called the Dark Demon Ruler. This treasure was a forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons were a kind of special magic treasure. These magic treasures usually had terrifying destructive power, but they could only be used a limited number of times. Ordinary magic treasures could be used continuously unless they were destroyed. Forbidden weapons were different. Forbidden weapons could only be used 10 times at most. Once they were used up, the forbidden weapon would self-destruct. Forbidden weapons were equivalent to cultivators burning their own lifespan. They could unleash a stronger attack, but the consumption was huge. The power of the Dark Demon Ruler in Emolong's hand was shocking. He swept the Dark Demon Ruler at the surrounding restrictions, breaking them one by one. Seeing that Emolong was about to escape, a giant dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of dragon's breath. Bang! Emolong waved the Dark Demon Ruler and collided with the dragon's breath. It wasn't easy to break the dragon's breath, because the dragon's breath was one of the Dragon Clan's natural mystiques. Its power was terrifying. Even with the Dark Demon Ruler in his hand, Emolong was forced back. Slash! At this moment, 3 treasured swords rushed in front of Emolong like lightning, slashing towards him. Lin Feng took out the revered sword tomb and attacked Emolong. Emolong's expression was gloomy. He had no choice but to block the attacks of the 3 treasured swords. He waved the Dark Demon Ruler at the 3 treasured swords. The Black Dragon Sword and Spring Autumn Sword were swept away by Emolong. However, the Wu Death Sword shot out a beam of sword chi that nearly chopped off Emolong's wrist. The Dark Devil Ruler in Emolong's hand flew out. Devour. Lin Feng took out the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. Whoosh! A powerful devouring power surged out from the Sky-Devouring Jar and enveloped the forbidden artifact, the Dark Demonic Ruler. The Dark Demon Ruler immediately flew towards the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. Come back. Emolong's expression suddenly sank. He wanted to recall the Dark Devil Ruler, but at this moment, the 3 swords once again slashed towards Emolong. Emolong had no choice but to dodge the attacks of the 3 treasured swords, and was unable to summon the Dark Devil Ruler back immediately. Lin Feng's Heaven-Devouring Jar devoured the Dark Devil Ruler. Little bastard! How dare you devour my treasures? Emolong's face twisted. Emolong, today, not only will I steal your treasures, but I'll also take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already rushed forward. The 3 treasured swords started attacking Emolong even more violently. The surrounding seals also started attacking Emolong. Hurry up and help me, Emolong shouted loudly, but the other 3 didn't care about him at all. Lin Feng rushed forward and used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist on Emolong's body. Emolong was immediately sent flying. Wah! In the air, Emolong coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 3 treasured swords had already caught up with Emolong and attacked him 3 times in a row. Pooh! 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 Emolong's body was pierced by the swords, and then he was hit by the seals. Half of his body exploded. Lin Feng arrived next to Emolong and said coldly, "Have you ever thought that you would die at my hands one day? You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me then..." Emolong looked at Lin Feng in fear. Bang! Lin Feng didn't give Emolong a chance to finish his sentence. He punched Emolong's head, causing it to explode. Emolong's headless corpse fell to the ground, but before it could reach the ground, it was completely torn apart by the seals. Lin Feng grabbed Emolong's storage ring and put it away. Then, he quickly rushed toward the other 3. The seals and the 2 dragons attacked Ing Yutian, the masked cultivator, and Huangfu Wuji crazily. However, the 3 were indeed powerful. They quickly rushed out. When they saw Lin Feng rushing towards them, their facial expressions slightly changed. A moment before, they had already seen Lin Feng kill Emolong. The 3 of them clearly understood that if they fought against Lin Feng here, even if they joined hands, they would still die. Slash! Lin Feng activated the Regal Sword Manipulation Art. The Black Dragon Sword, Void Death Sword, and Spring and Autumn Sword turned into 3 sword beams that tore through the void and slashed toward the 3 experts. The 3 of them gathered their mystiques and attacked. Under the Regal Sword Manipulation Art, the 3 swords' power increased tenfold. They directly pierced through the mystiques gathered by Ing Yutian, Huangfu Wuji, and the masked cultivator and slashed toward them. Blood splattered, accompanied by a scream. One of Huangfu Wuji's arms was chopped off. A wound appeared on Ing Yutian's abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out. Only the masked cultivator dodged the attack. Go! The 3 of them didn't dare to stay for a moment. They broke through the seals. Ing Yutian took out dozens of Formation Jade Talismans and threw them at the 2 dragons. The Formation Jade Talismans exploded, blocking the 2 dragons. Then, the 3 of them took the opportunity to rush out. It's a pity that they got away. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was indeed not an easy task to kill all four of them. Huangfu Wuji, Ing Yutian, and the masked cultivator rushed out of the sky demon abyss. They didn't leave, but chose to stand guard outside. Damn it! Damn it! That little bastard cut off one of my arms. I must kill him. Huangfu Wuji's face was distorted. As long as we stay here, that kid will come out sooner or later. When that happens, he'll die without a burial place. Ing Yutian's face was hideous. The masked cultivator said, that kid won't be able to escape. He's already a turtle in a jar. After Ing Yutian, Huangfu Wuji, and the masked cultivator escaped, the two dragons turned back into dragon veins and fell silent. The dense array of restrictions also calmed down. Lin Feng returned to Qian Piaoxue. Qian Piaoxue said, I didn't expect you to be able to control dragon veins and turn them into dragons. This ability is really unheard of. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Lin Feng smiled and said, there are too many kinds of secret techniques in the world. This little trick of mine is nothing. After all, there's always someone better. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng asked, are you feeling better now? Qian Piaoxue said, after taking the pills you gave me, I feel much better. What should we do next? Lin Feng said, those three must be standing guard outside. You're injured, so if we go out now, we won't be their match. Let's wait for you to recover first, then we'll work together to break out. Qian Piaoxue nodded. At that moment, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the sky demon abyss. The fluctuation was too terrifying. It was as if an ancient demon god had awakened. Lin Feng felt his soul tremble. Heavens, is there some kind of terrifying existence inside? Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue looked at the depths of the sky demon abyss in horror. Chapter 1075. Such powerful undulations. What's going on? Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Could there be some terrifying existence hiding in the depths of the sky demon abyss? Qian Piaoxue asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, that's possible, but there could also be other reasons. Do you know anything about the origin of the sky demon abyss? The sky demon abyss has existed for many years. No one knows exactly when it appeared or how it appeared. There are no historical records either. Many cultivators have tried to find out the secrets of the sky demon abyss, but they have all returned empty-handed because the restrictions here are too strong. We are only in the outer regions of the sky demon abyss, so the restrictions here are not particularly strong. If we were in the deeper regions, it would be an untouchable place. However, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter. Lin Feng nodded and said, wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Qian Piaoxue said, I'll go in with you. Lin Feng said, you're injured. If there's any danger, I might not be able to take care of you. Qian Piaoxue said, my injuries have mostly healed. You don't have to worry about me. The depths of the sky demon abyss might very well be hiding some secrets. Qian Piaoxue didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking. She also wanted to obtain an opportunity from the sky demon abyss. Seeing that Qian Piaoxue was determined to go in with him, Lin Feng nodded and said, since you want to go in so badly, come with me. However, you must be careful. Qian Piaoxue said, aren't you underestimating me too much? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of Qian Piaoxue's strength. Qian Piaoxue was a powerful existence who could fight against 4 people by herself. If Qian Piaoxue was not injured, he would not be Qian Piaoxue's match. Now that Qian Piaoxue had recovered from her injuries, she should be able to deal with any danger she encountered. The two of them walked into the depths. Just as Qian Piaoxue had said, the deeper they went, the more powerful the restrictions they encountered became. Each restriction emitted an astonishing fluctuation, causing Lin Feng to feel a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, his study of the various secret techniques recorded in the Celestial Master Sect had become more and more profound, so he was able to bring Qian Piaoxue deeper and deeper without any mishaps along the way. Finally, they came to the depths of the Heaven Demon Abyss. Here, array runes intertwined and swam in midair. Floating restriction. Lin Feng was surprised, and then he frowned slightly. Is there a floating restriction here? Doesn't that mean we can't enter? Qian Piaoxue was shocked, but she also felt a little regretful. They had already come to the depths, and the secret of the heaven demon abyss might be right in front of them. Now that they had to return empty-handed, she was naturally very disappointed. She looked ahead with her beautiful eyes, but she could not see the restriction Lin Feng had mentioned. Lin Feng could see it because he had the heaven demon snake's eye, so he could see things that others could not. Lin Feng said, "It's not that we can't go in. If you want to go in, you can lie on my back, and I'll carry you there." "You're carrying me?" Qian Piaoshue's face turned slightly red, and she hesitated. Because she was lying on Lin Feng's back, their bodies were naturally very close to each other. To a woman, it was natural for her to be very shy. After all, when her breasts were on Lin Feng's back, the feeling was extremely clear and sensitive. Lin Feng naturally understood Qian Piaoshue's concerns. He said, "You can wait for me outside for a while." Qian Piaoshue bit her red lips and said, "I'll go in with you." Lin Feng nodded and squatted down slightly. Qian Piaoshue lay on Lin Feng's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her long and slender legs tightly clamped around Lin Feng's waist. Qian Piaoshue cried out in surprise as Lin Feng held her perky butt. Qian Piaoshue's face was so red that it was almost bleeding, but Lin Feng's expression was normal. He said, "Stick close to me, and don't move your head around." Qian Piaoshue nodded and pressed her head against Lin Feng's neck. She could even feel Lin Feng's masculine qi. When had she ever been in contact with a man before? Qian Piaoshue rarely even came into contact with people outside of the Snow Lady clan, let alone men. Now that she was so close to Lin Feng, she could feel the temperature of Lin Feng's body. She could even feel his heartbeat and breathing. This made Qian Piaoshue nervous, but there was also an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her pretty face pink, and her heart beat a lot faster. Lin Feng naturally didn't have the time to guess what Qian Piaoshue was thinking. He had already rushed into the restrictions with Qian Piaoshue on his back. These restrictions were very strange. They floated around in the air without any rules. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be hit by the restrictions. Lin Feng also felt like he was walking on thin ice. Every step he took was very careful. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He carried Qian Piaoshue and rushed through the dense restrictions. Lin Feng patted Qian Piaoshue's perky butt and said, "You can come down now." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. His actions just now seemed a little too intimate. He hadn't thought too much about it, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that his actions just now were very inappropriate. Qian Piaoshue's pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip from it. She hurriedly got off his back. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Feng didn't stop. He quickened his pace and walked deeper into the depths. Qian Piaoshue followed behind him with a red face. "Hey, there's a cave abode." Qian Piaoshue pointed to the depths of Heaven Demon Abyss, the cavern of lustful desires. Lin Feng read out the name of the cave abode. He frowned slightly and said, "This cave abode's name is very strange. I wonder who left it behind?" Qian Piaoshue said, "This cave abode looks very old. It seems to have been here for many years." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them carefully entered the cave abode. The cave abode's path was very long. They walked for about 300 meters before a stone door appeared in front of them. The door was closed. The two of them arrived in front of the stone door. The door was covered with a large formation. Obviously, if they wanted to open the door, they would have to break the formation. Lin Feng studied the formation for 6 hours before he managed to break it. After that, the stone door opened by itself. He and Qian Piaoshue entered the cave. As soon as they entered, the stone door closed by itself. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his gaze was immediately attracted by a treasure in the cave. It was a crystal ball that was placed on a stone pedestal. The crystal ball was light blue, and it emitted shocking waves of energy. Chapter 1076. Could it be that the fluctuations from before were emitted by this crystal ball? Qian Piaoshue looked at the crystal ball with a puzzled expression. This crystal ball did indeed have a mysterious luster to it. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It's really strange that such an ancient cave would have such a crystal ball. Let's see what other treasures there are in this cave." Then we can study this crystal ball. Qian Piaoxue nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's suggestion, and the two of them began to tidy up the cave. There were a few shelves here, and the first shelf was filled with many porcelain bottles. Qian Piaoxue opened one of the bottles and poured out a pill. Life pill. Qian Piaoxue exclaimed. This is a divine-grade pill. Lin Feng hurried over. He had heard of the life pill before. It was a pill refined by a deity-level powerhouse, and it could help a cultivator raise their primordial spirit to the divine soul level. The soul of a deity-level cultivator was called the divine soul. A pill like this could be said to be priceless. Lin Feng inspected the life pill, sighed, and said, "This pill's medicinal power has been completely lost. It has become a useless pill." A useless pill? Qian Piaoxue's expression changed slightly. The value of a life pill like this was immeasurable. Now that it had become a useless pill, it was worthless. Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue hurriedly checked the other porcelain bottles. There were dozens of bottles containing divine-grade pills, but these pills had all become useless. Why is this happening? Aren't we too unlucky? There were dozens of divine-grade pills, but now they've all become useless pills. Qian Piaoxue sighed. Lin Feng said, "These bottles didn't have any seals on them, which caused the medicinal power of these pills to dissipate. Why didn't the original owner of this place put a seal on such precious pills? This is really strange." Qian Piaoxue said doubtfully. Lin Feng said, "Something must have happened, which caused the owner to be unable to seal these pills in time." Qian Piaoxue nodded. She also felt that it was very possible. On the second shelf, there were some insights and experiences regarding alchemy, as well as many prescriptions. These things were of no use to Qian Piaoxue, but they were very useful to Lin Feng because Lin Feng was also an alchemist. On the third shelf, there were many spirit arrays, as well as some insights on spirit arrays. Qian Piaoxue said, "The owner of this cave is really a powerful person. Not only does he know how to concoct medicine, but he's also a powerful spirit array master. Those powerful restrictions outside might have been set up by him." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I took all kinds of medicinal formulas and alchemy experiences. These spirit arrays and spirit array experiences will belong to you." Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the celestial master Taoism, so he had no interest in other spirit array inheritances. Lin Feng had no interest in them. All right, Qian Piaoxue nodded. Even if she had no use for these spirit array inheritances, someone in the Snow Lady clan would. On the fourth shelf, there were only 2 scrolls. The first scroll recorded a divine ability called the 9 Devil Techniques, while the second scroll recorded a divine ability called the Joyful Meditation Technique. After seeing these 2 divine abilities, Qian Piaoxue's face turned slightly red. One of these 2 divine abilities was a cultivation technique, while the other was a dual cultivation technique. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "Could the owner of this cave have been an evil cultivator? Otherwise, why would he have left behind such divine abilities?" After pausing for a moment, he said, "If you're not interested in these 2 divine abilities, I'll take them." Qian Piaoxue spat at Lin Feng and said, "Just destroy these divine abilities. What's the point of keeping them? Could it be that you still want to cultivate that evil dual cultivation technique?" Lin Feng immediately said righteously, "You've misunderstood me. How could I cultivate such evil divine abilities? I just want to go back and study them. I want to see if I can figure out the identity of the owner of this cave through these 2 divine abilities. If I don't find anything, I'll definitely destroy these 2 divine abilities." Qian Piaoxue nodded and said, "Should we go and take a look at the crystal ball now?" Lin Feng put away the 9 devil techniques and the joyful meditation technique, then walked towards the crystal ball with Qian Piaoxue. The 2 of them arrived in front of the crystal ball, and Lin Feng said, "I'll try using my divine sense to see if I can discover any secrets." Next, Lin Feng's divine sense entered the crystal ball. His body shook slightly, and he closed his eyes. It seemed like he was comprehending something. Qian Piaoxue didn't dare wake Lin Feng up, as she was worried that she would disturb Lin Feng's state of enlightenment. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, and her divine sense entered the crystal ball as well. The power of 9 devil techniques. 9 devil techniques. Release the desires in your heart. When Qian Piaoxue's divine sense entered the crystal ball, she heard a bewitching voice resounding in her mind. That power almost made Qian Piaoxue lose herself. She couldn't help but think of Lin Feng in her mind. A moment later, Qian Piaoxue suddenly felt her soft and charming body being embraced by a pair of strong hands. Piaoxue, I like you. A deep voice sounded. When she heard this voice, Qian Piaoxue's face flushed red. It was Lin Feng's voice. Qian Piaoxue turned around, trying to break free from Lin Feng's embrace, but her lips were sealed. Wuwo, Qian Piaoxue's eyes widened as she struggled. Release the desires in your heart. Don't hide your thoughts. Enjoy the most wonderful thing in this world. The bewitching voice resounded in Qian Piaoxue's mind again, causing her to lose herself completely. Her hands involuntarily wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue experienced the same thing. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the crystal ball, and he was completely lost inside. In the cave, the two of them were hugging each other. They kept tearing at each other's clothes, and their clothes were torn apart piece by piece. The power of 9 devil techniques. It can make people lose themselves completely. It can make people never want to wake up, because lust is the most evil emotion in the depths of a person's heart, and everyone has their own lust. A strange light flashed in the crystal ball, and a mysterious voice filled with seduction came from the crystal ball. In the cave, Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue seemed to be immersed in endless lust, taking advantage of each other as much as they wanted. P.S. Thank you to Wang Liangong and Wind and Cloud Rising for their 10,000 book coins. Also, thank you to Have You Loved Me, Passion is Exhausted, and the others for their tips. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. This is the 5th update. There are still 2 more updates. Mantu will write them soon. Chapter 1077. No. My eyes seem to be covered by lust. Lin Feng's willpower was very strong. Even though he had fallen into a state where he had lost himself because of the bewitching crystal ball of light. But subconsciously, Lin Feng still had a trace of clarity. This trace of clarity allowed Lin Feng to seize the opportunity to counterattack. He activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The lust in his heart gradually subsided. His eyes were blurred. He also began to regain his clarity. Finally, Lin Feng woke up. Qian Piaoxue's hot body was still hugging Lin Feng and demanding. This was really going to kill him. If it were another man, he would have been unable to resist enjoying the passionate Qian Piaoxue. But Lin Feng restrained his desire. He patted Qian Piaoxue's neck with his right hand, and she immediately fainted. It was this crystal ball that made me and Qian Piaoxue lose ourselves at the same time. In our minds, there was only endless lust. Lin Feng looked at the crystal ball with a gloomy expression. This crystal ball was definitely not as simple as making him and Qian Piaoxue fall into endless lust and take each other. There must be something even more terrible happening. It was just that he had broken the lust in his heart in advance and awakened. That was why he had escaped a disaster. Lin Feng did not know what kind of disaster this was. But Lin Feng knew one thing, and that was that this disaster was destined to take his and Qian Piaoxue's lives. Originally, with Qian Piaoxue's strength, she should have broken the lust in her heart one step earlier than Lin Feng and returned to reality. But now, because of her injury, her willpower would also decrease with the injury, so she fell deeper than Lin Feng. At this moment, Qian Piaoxue's long eyelashes fluttered. Finally, Qian Piaoxue opened her eyes. When she saw the situation in front of her, she was stunned. Then, she slapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was really hard to explain. After all, the situation in front of him was naturally a great advantage for a man. But for a woman, it was difficult to accept. Moreover, there was a very important point. Qian Piaoxue's race. But the Snow Lady race. This race was made up of women. They drank the holy water and gave birth to their children. The women of the Snow Lady race would not have any emotional entanglements with any men. Even if he had feelings for her, he would have to cut them off. Therefore, Qian Piaoxue attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. He dodged her attack and said, "Celestial being, I know you're angry, but we're in trouble because of that strange crystal ball. Of course, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I'm just telling you the truth. Let's calm down, okay? Qian Piaoshue's pretty face flushed red as she bit her lip. Her heart was in a mess, and her mind was blank. She didn't know what to do. According to the rules of the clan, he should kill the man in front of him. However, Qian Piaoshue could not bear to kill Lin Feng. "Let go of me first," she said faintly. Lin Feng nodded and released Qian Piaoshue. Both of them changed into new clothes, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Qian Piaoshue stood not far away. She did not speak, nor did she look at Lin Feng. Her head was lowered, and her long silver hair draped over her shoulders. Lin Feng could not see her current expression or gaze, so Lin Feng did not know what kind of state of mind she was in. Lin Feng turned to look at the crystal ball. His expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "You evil thing. How dare you trick me? Today, I will smash you." He grabbed the crystal ball in his hand and slammed it onto the ground. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the crystal ball did not shatter after being smashed by Lin Feng. Normally, such crystal balls were not hard and would shatter easily. "If I can't smash it, I will shatter you." Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed at the crystal ball. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. It actually did not shatter the crystal ball. What a powerful crystal ball! Lin Feng frowned. The crystal ball's hardness was completely beyond his imagination. "I don't believe that I can't destroy you." Lin Feng took out 2 types of heavenly flames and repeatedly burned the crystal ball. Qian Piaoshue felt the temperature in the cave suddenly rise and turned to look. She could not help but frown when she saw Lin Feng take out his heavenly flames. The snow ladies were naturally afraid of fire, but Qian Piaoshue did not say anything. It seemed like she did not want to communicate with Lin Feng. She just stood not far away and quietly watched Lin Feng use his heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. The crystal ball's temperature rose higher and higher. "Brat, hurry up and stop. If you don't stop, I will take your life." Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the crystal ball. It was as unpleasant as the cry of an owl. Then, an ugly human face appeared in the crystal ball. A spiritual body. Lin Feng was shocked. Wisps of black fog surged out of the crystal ball. The black fog wanted to rush out of the heavenly flames enveloping the crystal ball. It was spiritual power, but as soon as it came into contact with the heavenly flames, it was burned and had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, I used my heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. Otherwise, if this guy used a secret soul technique to sneak attack me, I would have died without a burial place. Lin Feng took a deep breath and used the 8 divine seals to seal the crystal ball. 8 divine seals. You actually obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. The spiritual body in the crystal ball cried out in disbelief. "So what if I did? I will burn you to death today." Lin Feng sneered. "Brat, how about we make a deal? I can teach you a powerful divine ability, but you have to let me go." The spiritual body tried to tempt Lin Feng. "Don't make a deal with him. Such an evil spiritual body will definitely scheme against you. We have already been tricked by him once. Do you want to be tricked a second time? Destroy him." Qian Piaoshue said through gritted teeth. She hated the spiritual body in the crystal ball very much. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the spiritual body in the crystal ball. He sneered and said, "Put away your hypocrisy. Right now, I only want your life." He continued to use his heavenly flames. The heavenly flames were too hot, and the crystal ball began to crack. "Brat, don't listen to that woman. Women are nothing but playthings for men. When a man has great power, what kind of woman can't he get? I can teach you all kinds of great Daos and even emperor techniques. You will become extremely powerful and dominate the world. When the time comes, you will have countless beauties." The spiritual body in the crystal ball continued to tempt Lin Feng. "Women are worthy of everyone's respect. You humiliated women, so you are obviously not a good person. How can a scum like you be qualified to talk about cooperating with me?" Lin Feng sneered and continued to use his heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. No matter how the spiritual body tried to tempt him, he didn't waver at all. In the end, the crystal ball cracked, and the spiritual body turned to ashes. "There are words on the crystal ball." Qian Piaoshue pointed at the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball were densely packed with words. These words were actually ancient divine characters, which had been lost for a long time. Chapter 1078. It was unknown what was written on the densely packed runes. In this era, there weren't many cultivators who understood the ancient divine runes, but Lin Feng was definitely one of them. He had learned the ancient divine runes from the Qilin. Lin Feng pieced the broken eggshells together and observed the runes on them. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. "You recognize these ancient divine runes?" Qian Piaoshua's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I know a thing or two about ancient divine runes." Qian Piaoshua asked curiously, "Then what's written on it?" Lin Feng said, 3,000 great das. Qian Piaoshua's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, "Which of the 3,000 great das?" "The art of great desire," Lin Feng said. Qian Piaoshua's pretty face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. According to the records, this crystal ball is called the Desire Crystal Ball. It was created by a strong cultivator called the Evil Lord of Desire. I don't know if the Evil Lord of Desire is the same soul as the one who died before. Regardless, it doesn't matter now. The art of great desire recorded in this crystal ball is the greatest secret of this place. Qian Piaoshua asked, "Apart from the art of great desire, are there any other records of the 3,000 great das?" "There's only one. If you're not interested, I'll cultivate it myself," Lin Feng said. Qian Piaoshua snorted. "Who says I'm not interested?" Although the name doesn't sound very nice, the value of any of the 3,000 great das is immeasurable. Every time one of the 3,000 great das is cultivated, their cultivation will increase greatly. Since the art of great desire is also one of the 3,000 great das, I'll naturally cultivate it. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since you want to cultivate the art of great desire, I'll use modern words to translate the ancient divine runes for you. Heal your injuries first. By the time you wake up, I'll probably have translated the art of great desire's cultivation chant." Qian Piaoshua nodded and walked to a dry place. She took out a futon and sat cross-legged on it. Then, she began to circulate her energy to heal her injuries. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and imprinted the formula of the great technique of desire on it with his godly awareness. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to successfully imprint the entire cultivation method of the great desire technique. At this moment, Qian Piaoshua was still recuperating. Lin Feng decided to comprehend the great desire art. The art of great desire was a rather special divine power among the 3,000 great Tao. This 3,000 great Tao had no offensive power, but it could make a person lose himself. Just like Lin Feng and 1,000 Piaoshua before, they were devoured by endless desire. Of course, the great desire technique contained many desires, and lust was only one of them. Other than lust, it also included greed, lust, evil desires, and so on. Desire was born from the negative emotions in a person's heart. The art of great desire stimulated the desire in a cultivator's body, allowing the desire to devour the will and make the cultivator lose himself. This method was not only strange but also terrifying. After all, humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Since there were 7 emotions and 6 desires, the art of great desire could lure out the desires in a person's heart. The next day, Qian Piaoshua finally recovered from her injuries. Although her injuries were not completely healed, they should be 80 to 90% healed. Lin Feng handed the jade cylinder to Qian Piaoshua. Then, the two of them walked out without stopping. "I need to carry you again." Lin Feng pointed at the area in front of them that was densely covered with floating restrictions. Qian Piaoshua nodded with a red face and lay on Lin Feng's back again. Lin Feng carried Qian Piaoshua out. After leaving the floating restriction area, Qian Piaoshua came down. Qian Piaoshua, who was originally injured, had a trace of a pitiful aura in her coldness. Now that her injuries were almost healed, she had become an ice beauty again. Her body emitted an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Lin Feng could clearly feel the coldness from Qian Piaoshua's body. Of course, Lin Feng did not care. He knew that Qian Piaoshua's race was destined to not have much to do with men. As for the entanglement in the cave, if he could forget it, he would just treat it as a dream. The two of them quickly came to the exit and rushed up. Boom! As expected, they were attacked as soon as they came out. The masked cultivator, Ing Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji all used their powerful attacks to attack Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue. The masked cultivator used army of thousands. In the void, war drums beat and battle cries shook the earth. The black fog rolled and condensed into an army of thousands, crushing Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue. Ing Yutian used limitless purgatory, creating a purgatory world. It enveloped Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue, wanting to devour them. Huangfu Wuji used a unique skill called all-encompassing forest. This skill was also very powerful. It condensed all kinds of things, such as Buddhas, demons, immortals, ghosts, gods, etc. They all appeared and suppressed. The attacks of the three experts were indeed powerful. Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue immediately felt like they were a small boat in a storm. They could capsize at any time. Die. The three experts laughed. The three strong cultivators grinned ferociously. They could already see Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue dying under their attacks. It's too early to be proud. For ferocious cauldron, come out. Lin Feng was already prepared. When the three experts attacked, he took out the four ferocious cauldron. This treasure was as hard as a divine weapon, but it was not easy to activate. But now that Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue worked together, they could activate it for a short time. The two of them entered the four ferocious cauldron. At that moment, the masked cultivator, Ing Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji attacked. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks of the three experts landed on the four ferocious cauldron, but they were all blocked by the cauldron. Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue were inside the four ferocious cauldron. In a flash, the four ferocious beasts on the four ferocious cauldron came back to life and roared. Whoosh! The four ferocious cauldron turned into a black ray of light and rushed towards Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had lost an arm, so he was the easiest target to break through. When the three experts saw that Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue wanted to break through, they hastily took out their weapons and attacked the four ferocious cauldron. However, the four ferocious cauldron had already been activated. Once such a huge cauldron flew up, the impact would be terrifying. The three experts took out their weapons and were sent flying. Then, the four ferocious cauldron arrived next to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the four ferocious cauldron. With a loud bang, Huangfu Wuji's body exploded into a bloody mist. The four ferocious cauldron had actually killed a tyrant. An old monster cried and led everyone to pray, hoping that the great Peng King would be safe. Lin Feng stood in the distance, his countenance dim. He couldn't forget the great Rock King's magnificence, nor could he forget the great Rock King's amiability. It was truly heartbreaking for such a close elder to be on the brink of death. Bad news spread. The great Peng King's injuries could no longer be suppressed. That day, the great Peng King walked out, his face pale. He had gone to many places in the demon race's territory and met many people. The great Peng King seemed to want to see the great Peng King's territory one last time. Many demons wept. In the past, the demons of Nanzhou had been suppressed by the three governments. It was the great Peng King who had provided refuge for the demons of Nanzhou. Therefore, many people treated the great Peng King as their savior. But now, the great Peng King had reached the end of his life. Elder Jean, there is no place for us demons in Nanzhou anymore, said the great Peng King. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The demons around him wept. I know, said Elder Jean. We've already started to move. We're taking a space-time boat to the demon continent. The demon continent was still the most powerful continent of the demon race. There, they could be protected. The three governments and the 8 great powers had surrounded the demon race's territory, but they didn't immediately launch a large-scale attack because the great Peng King was still alive. They were afraid. All right. The great Peng King nodded. I watched the great Peng King grow up. He was humble and courteous. When he was 18, he shouldered the responsibility of reviving the great Peng King's territory. He didn't disappoint his people. Step by step, he became a peerless cultivator. But now, the great Peng King is going to die. Why is the heavens so unfair? Good people don't live long. Bad people live freely. On the way back, Lin Feng saw an old beast who burst into tears. He couldn't help but feel sad. 300 years ago, the demon race had wanted to elect the Great Pong King as the leader of the Great Pong King's territory. They wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors, but the Great Pong King had been plotted against during his tribulation. The Great Pong King's life had changed because of that. At night, Lin Feng went to find Jin Shengyuan. He was sitting alone in the courtyard, drunk. When I was very young, my parents were killed overseas. It was Uncle who arrived in time and saved me. He killed the people who killed my parents. Since then, I have always been by Uncle's side. Uncle is the only family I have left. Now, Uncle is going to leave me. Jin Shengyuan was very sad. The Great Pong King's clan had more than 20 members, and their bloodlines were quite distant. Although they were from the same clan, they weren't relatives. Ever since his parents had died, the Great Pong King was Jin Shengyuan's only blood relative. Lin Feng knew how close Jin Shengyuan was to the Great Pong King. Now, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He sat aside and listened quietly. The death of a family member was a huge blow to anyone. Back then, his third uncle, Lin Xiong, had been killed by Du Guoyin in order to save him. Lin Feng would never forget that. Even though so many years had passed, Lin Feng still felt pain in his heart every time he thought about it. Therefore, he could understand Jin Shengyuan's sadness at that moment. Lin Feng couldn't persuade Jin Shengyuan, so he drank with him. The two of them drank until dawn. Dong, dong, dong at dawn. 9 deep and sorrowful sounds echoed in the demon race's territory. Could it be? Lin Feng stood up. His expression changed. It was the sound of a death bell. 9 death bells meant that someone had passed away. Uncle! Jin Shengyuan rushed to the Great Pong King's residence. Lin Feng also flew over. When they arrived, many people had already gathered. Lin Feng saw Long Yushi and some other juniors crying. They weren't qualified to enter. Only the higher-ups of the various factions were qualified to enter and see the Great Pong King for the last time. Why did it turn out like this? The Great Pong King had a chance to recover from his injuries, but now he's dead. They're all from the same clan. If it weren't for them, the Great Pong King wouldn't have died so tragically. Some old monsters were heartbroken. Woo, woo, woo. The entire demon race's territory was filled with sorrow. The Great Pong King's glorious but short life ended just like that. Chapter 1080. A cold wind started blowing and drizzling. The whole territory of the Goblin clan was silent and sad. Mr. Jean was still in charge of the relocation of ordinary Goblin clan's territory. More than half of them had already left. But at that moment, the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups started attacking the territory of the Goblin clan. King Zhanpeng is dead. Now is the best time to destroy the Goblin clan of the South Continent, shouted a strong cultivator from the top of the army of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups. They were mobilizing the strong cultivators of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups. Kill them. The cultivators of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups started attacking the territory of the Goblin clan in a frenzy. There are still many people who haven't been relocated. Mr. Jean, the Goblin clan's deployment spells won't last much longer, said an elder of the Goblin clan. Cultivators who know how to use deployment spells, go and help them. Try to stall for time, said Mr. Jean. There were still 30 to 40 million people in the territory of the Goblin clan. Once the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups attacked, they would all be slaughtered. Every minute, every second, was related to the safety of countless people. We need the blood of the holy imperial child's origin. We have to leave quickly. This battle has nothing to do with us anymore, said the Goblin clan's leader. The higher-ups of the 3-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan said. They were unwilling to stay and fight with the cultivators of the 1 sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great forces. We have to leave too. Take out the blood of the holy imperial child's origin, said the strong cultivators of the blood demons and the heavenly dragon clan. Here's a bottle of origin blood. You can divide it among yourselves. Princess Shuiyao appeared and took out a bottle of origin blood. That's too little. Are we beggars? The strong cultivators of the Goblin clan looked glum. A drop of origin blood is extremely precious. That's a lot. If you don't want it, you can give it back, said Princess Shueyao coldly. Forget it. We can't argue here. As long as the little princess doesn't die, we'll still have a chance to get the origin blood. We're not in a hurry. That's right. If we want more origin blood, we'll have plenty of opportunities. As the higher-ups of the various forces were chatting, the cultivators from the 4 major Yao forces and tens of other Yao forces, big and small, charged into the teleportation valley. Scram! Let us go first. They were very rude and swept away those who wanted to board the ancient ship. Some who were already on the ship were thrown out as well. This is too much. Many of the great rocks were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Elder Jean said, "Now is not the time to fight with them. Let them leave first." The others could only suppress the anger in their hearts. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Princess Shueyao. Is it really the Demon Emperor's holy embryo's origin blood? This was because Lin Feng recalled the scene when he tried to take the Demon Emperor's sacred fetus origin blood. He had almost died, and it was already so difficult to take one drop, let alone a bottle. Princess Shueyao replied, "The blood of a subterranean giant demon was mixed with some things, and its aura is very similar to the origin blood of the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo." Lin Feng said, "When these people find out that they've been deceived, they'll definitely fly into a rage. This enmity will be formed. These people have evil intentions. When they tried to take Little Moon, they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Even if they find out, it's fine. The only pity is that we didn't let them stay behind to fight against the people from the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers." Princess Shueyao said, "These people are all scheming and astute. I'm guessing that they want to leave first, then find another opportunity to take Little Moon's sacred fetus origin blood. I've seen too many people like this." Lin Feng said, "They won't have that opportunity," Princess Shueyao said. Boom, boom, boom. The restrictions around the entire territory of the Yao clan shook violently. Obviously, the experts from the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers were not far from breaking through the restrictions. There are still tens of millions of people left. "I'm afraid we won't be able to evacuate them," an elder of the Yao clan said with an ugly expression. If they couldn't evacuate them, tens of millions of people would be massacred. This was something that no one wanted to see. "I'll go and support them. Take Little Moon and leave first." Lin Feng looked at Princess Shueyao. "Let Yushi take Little Moon away. I'll stay." Princess Shueyao said, "That's good too." Lin Feng thought about Princess Shueyao's great imperial weapon and nodded. "Thank you, little friend." Elder Jean cupped his fists. "Elder Jean, you're too polite." Lin Feng flew into the distance. He arrived at the entrance of the Yao clan's territory and strengthened the formation with the help of over 100 elders. With Lin Feng's help, the formation began to stabilize. The formation, which was about to be broken, was suddenly strengthened. The higher-ups of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers looked gloomy. "Push out the formation-breaking dragon chariots." An expert waved his hand. Immediately, 10 gigantic formation-breaking dragon chariots were pushed out. Each chariot required over 100 people to move. Bang, bang, bang. The formation-breaking dragon chariots kept hitting the restrictions at the entrance of the Yao clan's territory. 6 hours later, Kacha, Kacha. Not good, the formation is about to be broken. The faces of some of the monster clan elders changed drastically. The breaking of the formation was already something that could not be stopped. The attacks of the experts of the 1 sect, 3 governments became even more violent. Kacha, Kacha. More and more cracks appeared on the formation. Finally, the formation could not hold on any longer and was torn apart. The entrance of the Yao clan's territory, which had been hidden by the formation, was also exposed. Kill. Kill everyone in the Yao clan's territory. Don't leave a single one alive. Take all the treasures. The experts of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers shouted loudly. Countless cultivators rushed into the Yao clan's territory and fought with Lin Feng and the others. "Retreat," shouted a Yao elder. The cultivators resisted the attacks of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers while retreating. In the end, they regrouped with Elder Jean and the others. The Yao clan still had 30,000 cultivators. The one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers had 150,000 cultivators. 30,000 cultivators against 150,000 cultivators. The difference in power was too great. However, everyone knew that they could not retreat. For many of the Yao clan members, their loved ones were gathered in the teleportation valley behind them. If they retreated, their loved ones would die tragically. For our clansmen, for our loved ones, kill, shouted Elder Jean. Annihilate the Yao clan. The higher-ups of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers waved their swords. Rumble. The ground shook violently. The army of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers all rushed over. Immediately, the 2 sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Blood splattered everywhere. Corpses fell from the sky. The entire Yao clan's territory was covered in blood. Chapter 1081. Smoke rose from all directions as the battle raged on. The demonic cultivators were too few. One sect, 3 palaces, and 8 great powers outnumbered the demonic cultivators by 5 to 1. The disparity between the 2 sides was too great. Demon cultivators were constantly being killed. Of course, there were also cultivators from one sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions being killed. However, the number of casualties on the demon side was far greater than that of the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions. Even if I die, I'll drag you bastards down with me. A demon cultivator chose to self-destruct, destroying both his body and soul. However, after self-destructing, a huge destructive force was produced. In an instant, dozens of corpses from the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions were devoured. After the first person self-destructed, more and more demon race cultivators chose to self-destruct when they saw that they were about to be killed. It was extremely tragic. They used their own lives to race against time, hoping that more people could escape. Pooh! Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and moved through the crowd. With one slash, he killed several experts. In a chaotic battle, it was best not to use powerful divine abilities. There were too many cultivators in a chaotic battle. Using powerful divine abilities would consume a lot of energy. Once you used up all your energy, the enemy would not give you time to replenish your energy. When the time came, the army would swarm you. No matter how strong you were, you would be killed. Lin Feng, you're quite brave. You still haven't escaped. Ing Yutian sneered. He quickly flew over, holding the heaven-shattering sun and moon saber, and slashed at Lin Feng. Clang! The weapons in their hands clashed fiercely. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. This Ing Yutian was indeed worthy of being the imperial uncle of the great Qin Empire. His cultivation was too strong. Ah! Wretched cries rang out from afar. Some of the cultivators from the one sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers had rushed to the side of the ordinary Yao cultivators and began massacring them. Many of them fell into pools of blood. Mother! Mother! A child of about 3 or 4 years old knelt beside a dead woman and cried, "Little bastard, go to hell." In the next moment, an expert from the upper heaven gate wielded a giant hammer and smashed the child into meat paste with a single blow. People were constantly being slaughtered. The ground was littered with corpses. Lunatic! Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he turned around and charged towards the experts from the one family, 3 palaces, and the 8 great forces who were slaughtering the commoners. Sword intent. Blade storm. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and dense sword chi shot out in all directions. The storm of swords was formed and swept towards the cultivators of the one sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great forces. Puff! Tearing sounds rang out one after another, and the bodies of the experts were directly torn to shreds. Dozens of experts had been killed by Lin Feng in an instant. Princess Shui Yao also led a group of demon cultivators to protect these ordinary demons. "Kill this brat!" Someone pointed at Lin Feng and shouted loudly. Then, a group of people quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. There were hundreds of people, and all kinds of attacks came at him. Lin Feng was a little overwhelmed because the leader of the people who attacked him was an ancient giant. Why involve the innocent in a battle between cultivators? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The masked cultivator walked over and said coldly, "The demons of the South Continent should be executed." A single sentence caused the deaths of countless people. You speak so casually. You view human lives as ants. Have you ever thought that one day, you might also become an ant in the eyes of others? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The masked cultivator sneered and said, "I don't know if that day will come, but I do know that you won't live past today. Kill this brat." The masked cultivator also participated in the battle against Lin Feng. In addition to another ancient giant and hundreds of experts, Lin Feng was surrounded by danger. There were many wounds on his body, and he was dripping with blood. His body was dyed red with blood. In the distance, a few experts of the older generation with unfathomable strength stood. They didn't attack, but they coldly glanced at the battlefield. One of the experts of the older generation from the Upper Heaven Gate said, "There were originally 100 million people in the demonic territory, but now there are only 30 to 40 million left. More than half of them have been moved away." An ancestor of the Zhongjing family said, "It's a pity that we can't eliminate them completely, but those who escaped are nothing to be afraid of. Kill them." Deafening battle cries rose and fell. The demonic territory was incomparably chaotic. The battle continued, and blood and death were everywhere. Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts and was heavily injured. He used the Great Void technique and jumped out of the encirclement. The demonic cultivators had gathered together. There were originally 30,000 of them, but now there were only 20,000 left. 10,000 had already died in battle. The experts of the 8 great powers, 1 family, and 3 prefectures attacked again. The situation was very dangerous. An ancient seal appeared in Princess Shui Yao's hand. She burned her life force to worship the seal. "Great Phoenix Seal, please release a trace of your imperial aura to protect the demonic cultivators and resist these sinners." The seal was called the Phoenix Seal, and it was the great imperial weapon of the Phoenix clan. Princess Shui Yao had brought the great imperial weapon with her to activate it, but it was obviously very difficult for her to activate it alone. Life force ignition. Many people burned their life force to help Princess Shui Yao activate the Phoenix Seal. Finally, the Phoenix Seal was activated. It flew into the air and released a trace of its imperial aura. Poof! The 8 great powers, 1 family, and 3 prefectures were heavily injured. After the Phoenix Seal released its imperial aura, at least 10,000 experts were instantly annihilated. Is that a great imperial weapon? It's too terrifying. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb when he saw that. Great imperial weapons were stronger than gods and demons. The demonic cultivators' morale was greatly boosted, and they were about to activate the great imperial weapon for a second attack. At that moment, the void split open. An ancient divine gate flew out of it. Tianluo Divine Gate. It was a great imperial weapon passed down from the Upper Heaven Gate. The great imperial weapon also released its imperial aura and collided with the Phoenix Seal. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Crack, crack. The earth continued to crack, and huge cracks appeared. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The great imperial weapons did not really collide. It was just a clash of auras, but it was already enough to completely destroy the demonic cultivators' territory. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the impact of the collision would be. It might even destroy half of the South Continent. Fortunately, the 2 great imperial weapons did not really collide. Instead, they faced each other in the air. Kill. The experts of the 8 great powers and the 1 family, 3 prefectures, and the others attacked again. An even more intense battle broke out, and countless people died tragically. Lin Feng and the others could no longer protect the ordinary people of the demonic cultivators. Many of them were single-handedly slaughtered by the cultivators of the 8 great powers and the 1 family, 3 prefectures, and the others. The demonic cultivators' territory had completely turned into hell. Everywhere was filled with slaughter and death. Chapter 1082. It had been a long time since such a large-scale war had broken out in the world of cultivators, but Lin Feng had participated in battles in the secular world. Even in the secular world, there was a rule that everyone abided by, and that was to not kill ordinary people. But now, in the world of cultivators, they wanted to exterminate everyone. Lin Feng sighed when he saw the ordinary beasts who had died tragically. The three families of the South Continent were afraid of King Zhanpeng. They wanted to get rid of him. Actually, the ordinary beasts had been killed by them casually. Since they had already decided to get rid of King Zhanpeng, killing a few million more beasts was nothing to them. "Little boy, die," said Yutian, staring at Lin Feng in the crowd. He raised his sun and moon sky-shattering saber and slashed at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't intend to fight against Yutian. He used the Great Void technique to dodge Yutian's attacks. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared a few dozen meters away. He slashed with his sword and killed a dozen strong cultivators. Lin Feng killed them all. "Green Mantis Scorpion King, come out." Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the Green Mantis Scorpion King from his pouch. "Summon all the insects," said Lin Feng. "Yes, master," said the Green Mantis Scorpion King in a strange voice. Then, the Green Mantis Scorpion King's swarm flew out. During those few years, Lin Feng had been raising the insects. He had been feeding them all sorts of precious herbs to help them evolve. Even if he didn't have to, he would also provide them with a lot of spiritual stones. Therefore, the size of the insect swarm had increased by dozens of times. The dark green mantis scorpion king now had the strength of a quasi-immemorial tycoon. Because its entire body was filled with poison, even an immemorial tycoon would suffer if they were careless. If that happened, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dense swarm of insects. Lin Feng dashed left and right in the crowd, and the swarm of insects moved together with Lin Feng. Wherever he went, the experts of the one sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great powers were either killed by Lin Feng or devoured by the swarm of insects. Of course, the swarm was constantly being killed, and their numbers were gradually decreasing. Lin Feng felt a little heartache, but this was war. As long as the dark green mantis scorpion king did not die, the swarm could continue to grow. "I've been nurturing my insects for so many years, but I've never been willing to use them. I've been waiting for this rare opportunity." Yutian, prepare to die. Lin Feng saw Yutian not far away and immediately rushed towards him. With such a large swarm, no matter how strong Yutian was, he didn't dare to fight back. He turned and ran. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique to stop Yutian, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Then, the dark green mantis scorpion king led the swarm and rushed over. The dense swarm of insects pounced towards Yutian. Sky-splitting sun and moon slash. Yutian was really too strong. He used the sky-splitting sun and moon saber technique to send Lin Feng flying. Then, a dense swarm of saber lights shot towards the swarm. Countless poisonous insects were killed, and their corpses fell like rain. Forbidden weapon. Dark demon ruler? Lin Feng looked indifferent as he took out the treasure he had obtained from Molong. This dark demon ruler could be used 3 times. After Lin Feng took out the dark demon ruler, it became 100 meters long and swept towards Yutian. There was a loud bang as Lin Feng's dark demon ruler sent Yutian flying. At that moment, the dark green mantis scorpion king, who had been hiding in the swarm, quickly rushed to Yutian's back and tore his body apart with its claws. Poison immediately poured into Yutian's body. Yutian let out a blood-curdling scream as he slapped the dark green mantis scorpion king away. The dark green mantis scorpion king's carapace was shattered, and it was badly injured. However, its defense was strong enough that it didn't die. Yutian was poisoned. He wanted to force the poison out of his body, but at that moment, the swarm of poisonous insects surrounded him and kept biting his body. "Die!" Lin Feng took advantage of Yutian's poisoning and shouted. He rushed in front of Yutian and pierced his chest with his sword. "I'm going to die at the hands of a junior like you. How could this be?" Yutian murmured in disbelief. "There's a god watching over you. You're helping the evildoer. Even death can't wipe out your crimes." Lin Feng pulled out his sword. In the next moment, Ing Yutian was eaten by the swarm of insects until only his bones were left. Lin Feng led the swarm of insects in a killing spree. With the help of the insects, 6,000 to 7,000 experts from the 8 great powers were killed by Lin Feng and the insects. Apart from Ing Yutian, Lin Feng also found an opportunity to kill Gong Sunbai, who was one of the 4 clear skies and white suns experts. Of course, Lin Feng was also heavily injured. His left chest had been pierced through, and it had almost taken Lin Feng's life. Boom! A terrifying chi filled the air. In the distance, a few old experts who hadn't made a move yet finally attacked. They were quasi-rebirth realm experts. Although they hadn't stepped into the rebirth realm yet, they weren't far from it. Little bastard, you killed 2 of our strongest experts. You deserve to die. An old man attacked Lin Feng. His name was Gongsun Hai. Lin Feng had killed Yu Wenqing before, and now he had killed Gongsun Bai. The upper echelons of the sect couldn't bear it anymore. Gongsun Hai slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Quasi-rebirth realm experts are indeed terrifying. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and looked at Gongsun Hai with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the other 3 quasi-rebirth realm experts, Tuoba Yi, Zhong Jingyi, and Shangguan Yin, also joined the battle. With them attacking, the experts of the Great Rocks were almost defeated. Elder Jin, Princess Shui Yao, Thousand Piao Shui, the Peacock Race's Elder Kong Chung, the Nine-Tailed Fox Race's Hu Hongwan, and the other experts were all defeated and heavily injured. Although they were also ancient experts or experts comparable to ancient experts, the difference between them and the 3 quasi-rebirth realm experts was too great. Brat, I'll suppress you. I'll obtain your secret first before killing you. Gongsun Hai's expression was indifferent as he used a sealing divine ability to envelop Lin Feng. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng, kill all the demons, leave none alive. In another direction, the 3 quasi-rebirth realm experts gave the order. The experts of the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 major powers were greatly motivated. They started a massacre, and the ground was covered in corpses. Suppress Princess Shui Yao and kill the rest. Tuoba Ye's expression was cold. He took the lead and suppressed Princess Shui Yao. On the other hand, Masayoshi Zhong and Shangguan Yin rushed towards Old Jin and the others. Now, not to mention the lives of the ordinary people of the Great Rock King tribe, even the upper echelons of the Great Rock King tribe were about to die. Of course, Lin Feng was also in a precarious situation. He was locked down by a quasi-rebirth realm expert and couldn't move. He could only watch as his opponent suppressed him. Do you think there's no one left in the demon race? At this critical moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the Great Rock's territory. In that instant, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the depths of the abyss. A sickly middle-aged man was walking through the air. Chapter 1083. Rock King. When the cultivators of the one sect, 3 palaces, and 8 great powers saw the man walking towards them, their expressions changed. Whoosh! Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity to use the void travel technique to get rid of Gongsun Hai. Princess Shui Yao and the others also took the opportunity to retreat and get rid of the other 3 experts. The 4 experts didn't chase after Lin Feng, Princess Shui Yao, and the others. Instead, they looked at the Rock King with serious expressions. The Rock King is still alive. This is really a blessing for the Devil race. When they saw the Rock King, many people were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The Rock King was very important to the Devil race. Many times, he was like a god in many people's hearts. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly because he could feel the Rock King's condition. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. It seemed like he was hanging on to his last breath. It was this last breath that kept the Rock King alive. The slaughter has caused the Devil race and the other powers to suffer great losses. Retreat now. The Rock King will leave the South region. The Rock King said. Whether it was for the one sect, 3 palaces, 8 great powers, or for the Devil race, this was the best outcome because no more people would die. However, the one sect, 3 palaces didn't want to end like this. Gong Sunhai sneered. Rock King, do you think we will fall for your trick? The Rock King frowned slightly. What do you mean? You're heavily injured, to the point where you're barely hanging on to your life. That's why you can't fight anymore. Once you fight, the last breath in your body will leak out, and once that happens, you'll definitely die. That's why you want us to leave now. Then, you'll have time to recuperate. At that time, you'll have a chance to recover, Gong Sunhai sneered. King Zhan Peng remained silent in the air. He then said, You're right. I can't do anything because of my body. I hope you can leave, partly because of myself, but mostly because I don't want to see more people die. Do you really think that I'll believe your nonsense? Tuoba Yi sneered. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The people from the 1 sect, 3 palaces, and 9 palaces had already steeled their hearts to kill the great Rock King. Since that's the case, even if I have to use my last breath, I'd like to ask you guys for advice, said Lin Feng. The great Rock King stepped forward. Uncle, please don't do anything, Jin Shengyuan said with a trembling voice. When the 9 death knells rang out, the great Peng King was indeed dead. Once there was no more qi in a person's body, that person would die. Qi formed the complex life structure of the human body. At this moment, Qian Piaoxue took out the 9-colored snow lotus, the holy artifact of the Snow Lady clan. It was said that the 9-colored snow lotus could allow cultivators to produce qi within their bodies. 1,000 Piaoxue fed the 9-colored snow lotus to the great Rock King. However, the great Rock King did not wake up. While the great Rock King was in a deep slumber, 1 sect, 3 palaces, and 8 major powers invaded the demon race's territory. The 9-colored snow lotus did have a miraculous effect. In the end, the great Peng King woke up. He appeared immediately. However, what he saw was a river of blood. The great Peng King was naturally heartbroken. However, the great Peng King knew that the current strength of the demon race was far from being comparable to the 1 sect, 3 palaces, and 8 major powers. If they continued fighting, there would only be more casualties. Moreover, his body would not be able to hold on for much longer. In order to protect the lives of the demon race, the great Peng King proposed a ceasefire. However, it was clearly wishful thinking on his part. Gong Sunhai and the others did not agree. 300 years ago, you were besieged and failed your reincarnation tribulation. Now that 300 years have passed, what level has your strength dropped to? Gong Sunhai walked towards the great Peng King step by step, a sinister smile on his face. Tuoba Yi, Zhong Jingyi, and Shang Guanyin had no intention of making a move. They were all quasi-rebirth realm experts. The strong had their own dignity. It was naturally impossible for 4 quasi-rebirth realm experts to besiege the great Peng King, who was on his last breath and had failed his reincarnation tribulation 300 years ago. In their eyes, this was an insult. Great Peng King, let me have a taste of your demon abilities. Gong Sunhai sneered and stepped forward, a powerful force emanating from his body. An expert of Gong Sunhai's level would naturally be able to condense force. This was the force of battle. With each step Gong Sunhai took, his aura grew more terrifying. Everyone looked anxiously at the 2 figures hovering in mid-air. Naturally, the Yao clan cultivators were also extremely nervous. The great Peng King was on his last breath. Could he be a match for a quasi-rebirth realm expert like Gong Sunhai? Topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Suddenly, Gong Sunhai attacked, his magic power spreading to the sky. A vast ocean and endless mountain range condensed in the air, all of which shot towards the great Peng King. In an instant, the void was shattered by this move that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of this move was so strong that it made one's soul tremble. A quasi-rebirth realm cultivator is too strong. How will the great Peng King block Gong Sunhai's attack? Lin Feng muttered. The terrifying attack was about to hit the great Peng King. At that moment, the great Peng King stepped forward. His body transformed into a beam of killing light. No one knew what kind of ability it was, but it tore apart the great Peng King's attack. It instantly arrived in front of Gong Sunhai. Puff! Gong Sunhai didn't even have time to react before his body was split in 2. Cough, cough, cough. The great Peng King reappeared, coughing violently. Each time he coughed, He coughed up blood. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was completely shocked. That was an expert at the quasi-rebirth realm, and he was killed just like that. The Great Pung King is too strong, isn't he? He suffered multiple recoils from his Tao injuries. How can his cultivation be so terrifying? He killed a quasi-rebirth realm expert in an instant. That's incredible. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The Great Pung King was so strong, but the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Now that he was coughing up blood, it was obvious that the Great Pung King couldn't hold on much longer. "Uncle," Jin Shengsheng cried. Seeing the Great Pung King coughing up blood, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Who else? Finally, the Great Pung King stopped coughing up blood. He raised his head and looked at Tuoba Yi, Zhong Zhengyi, and Shang Wanyin. "Let's have a taste of your abilities." The three powerhouses stepped out, each of them wielding a supreme treasure of the pinnacle Tao artifact level. Then, they split into three directions and surrounded the Great Pung King. Ganging up on him? Seeing this scene, many people revealed indignant expressions. The three of them were quasi-rebirth realm experts and had three peak Tao treasures. The Great Pung King's body was in such a bad condition. With the three of them working together, they only needed one attack to kill the Great Pung King. Then, they would be able to kill the Great Pung King. For experts like Tuoba Yi, Zhong Zhengyi, and Shang Wanyin, this wasn't a difficult task. Chapter 1084. The three peak-grade Tao artifacts of the three experts were emitting shocking waves of energy. Tuoba Ye's Tao artifact was called the Sky-Shaking Axe. Zhong Zhengyi's Tao artifact was called the Bright Extinguishing Spear. Shang Wanyan's Tao artifact was called the Chaotic Sky Spear. The three treasures were activated by the three experts, emitting waves of energy that could distort the void. These were peak-grade Tao artifacts. Actually, quasi-rebirth realm cultivators could only release their strongest attacks when they activated a peak-grade Tao artifact. The power of a peak-grade Tao artifact was even more tyrannical than a divine artifact. Although a divine artifact's quality surpassed a Tao artifact's, there was a factor in whether or not the divine artifact's power could be activated. For example, there were two weapons. One was a large saber that could cut through iron like mud. The other was a dagger. Which of the two weapons had more destructive power? Of course, it was this saber that could cut through iron like it was mud. Its lethality was even greater. However, if you let a 3-year-old child use these two weapons, the more suitable weapon would be the dagger because a 3-year-old child would be able to pick it up. No matter how strong the large saber was, if a 3-year-old child couldn't pick it up, it wouldn't have any destructive power. This logic was exactly the same as whether a divine artifact or a Tao artifact was more suitable for a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator. The three peak-grade Tao artifacts were activated, and the three experts attacked the Great Pung King with the peak-grade Tao artifacts. The three of them not only chose to work together to deal with the Great Pung King, who was on his last breath, but they also used peak-grade Tao artifacts. One could say that they were despicable or shameless. However, the three of them didn't care about what others thought, they only wanted to kill the Great Pung King. The three old ancestors are activating three peak-grade Tao artifacts to attack together. This time, victory should be in their hands. Let's wait and see how the Great Pung King dies. The cultivators of the one sect three palaces discussed softly. The ones who hated the Great Pung King the most were naturally the cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gate. This was because the old ancestor of the Upper Heaven Gate, Gongsun Haigang, had just been killed by the Great Pung King. As for the cultivators of the Fiend race, they were all extremely worried. After all, the Great Pung King's injuries were too severe. The other party had three experts working together. This battle was indeed too dangerous. Tuoba Yi was the first to attack. He wielded the sky-shaking axe and cleaved at the Great Rock King. Buzz. Along with bursts of violent fluctuations surging out, a huge axe light condensed in the void. This axe light was condensed from murderous aura. It was more than 10 meters long, and it slashed towards the Great Rock King. It was like Pangu's axe that split the heaven and earth. With this chop of the axe, even the void was torn apart. A terrifying blow instantly came crashing down. When Tuoba Yi made his move, Jingyi also made his move. The radiant extermination technique in his hand flew out and sliced through the void. Puff! The void was like a thin piece of paper, instantly being torn apart. The great destructive wheel of destruction slashed towards the head of the great Rock King, wanting to decapitate it. Such power was truly terrifying beyond compare. Shangguanyan's attack also came. He displayed an extremely profound spear technique called Man-Spear Unity. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, aiming for the great Rock King's chest. Seeing that the three experts had already made their moves, the onlookers were either excited, nervous, or worried. For example, the cultivators of the One Sect, Three Palaces, and the 8 major powers were all excited. In their opinion, the great Rock King would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 3 experts. On the other hand, Lin Feng, Jin Shengyuan, Elder Jin, Princess Shui Yao, and the others were worried. The attacks of the 3 quasi-rebirth realm cultivators, especially when they were using peak-grade Dao artifacts, were too powerful. They were worried that the great Rock King would not be able to withstand it and would be killed on the spot. Facing the attacks of the 3 experts, the great Peng King naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. Everyone saw that when the attacks of the 3 experts were about to land on the great Peng King's body, the great Peng King suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Their attacks landed in mid-air. What's going on? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Even Lin Feng's void travel was not able to do that. This was because if anyone was locked on by a powerful attack, it would be difficult to escape. Take Lin Feng, for example. Although he knew void travel, if he was locked on by the opponent's sacred art or Dao artifact, he would not be able to use void travel. This was because the sacred art would be forcefully interrupted by the opponent's attack. However, the great Rock King disappeared in an instant as if he had teleported. Could it be the speed of his physical body? He could teleport? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. His face was instantly filled with shock. It was indeed possible. If the speed of his physical body could reach the level of teleportation, even if he was locked on by the opponent's sacred art or Dao artifact, he could still teleport away. Behind. Suddenly, Tuoba Yi and Zheng Jingyi exclaimed and pointed behind Shangguanyan. Shangguanyan was shocked and moved to the left. However, it was too late. The great Rock King appeared behind him silently. He raised his right hand and slashed at the void. Pooh! Shangguanyan's head was instantly chopped off, and his headless corpse fell from the sky. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The great Rock King's strength was indeed too tyrannical. He had already instantly killed 2 quasi-rebirth realm cultivators. At this moment, Tuoba Yi and Zheng Jingyi's attacks had already arrived. However, just as their attacks were about to land on the great Rock King, he disappeared again. Tuoba Yi and Zheng Jingyi's faces turned pale with fright. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Now that the great Rock King could appear and disappear so mysteriously, the two of them were terrified. Pooh! Silently, a beam of killing light shot out from the void. In the next moment, Zheng Jingyi's head soared into the sky. The 3rd quasi-rebirth realm expert was instantly killed. Cough, cough, cough. The great Rock King appeared and coughed violently. He constantly coughed out blood, and his body swayed as if he was about to fall. Die! Tuoba Yi snorted and slashed his axe at the great Rock King. The great Rock King raised his right hand and flicked it lightly. Clang! The peak Dao artifact sky-shaking axe was sent flying. The great Rock King extended his right hand and pointed it at Tuoba Yi's head. A golden light condensed and Tuoba Yi's head was instantly pierced through. His body was sent flying and his corpse fell to the ground. The 4 quasi-rebirth realm experts are all dead. Everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The great Rock King was too terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. The great Rock King coughed violently in the air, constantly coughing out blood. Even so, who would dare to underestimate him? Boom! Just as everyone had yet to recover from their shock, the void split open and an old man stepped out. That old man sent a palm strike at the great Rock King. Bang! With a muffled sound of collision, the great Peng King was sent flying by the old man. His body fell to the ground. The old man wore a white robe, and emitted an immortal reincarnation aura. He was actually a rebirth realm expert. This rebirth realm expert had suddenly appeared and sent a palm strike at the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King was only hanging by a thread. Now that he had received a terrifying attack from a rebirth realm expert, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 1085. King Zhanpeng was about to hit the ground when he finally managed to stop himself from falling. He finally landed on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was pale. Asterisk cough cough cough, asterisk he kept coughing. Every time he coughed up blood. His body swayed slightly, as if he was about to fall to the ground. Many of them cast worried looks at the Great Rock King. At present, the Great Rock King's injuries must have worsened. Additionally, the opponent was a rebirth stage cultivator. This was a level of strength that could cause others to despair. Rebirth realm cultivators were extremely rare in the Tianwu continent. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such a person could only be found in the supreme ancient era. The beasts naturally felt a deep sense of despair. After all, a rebirth realm cultivator was enough to dominate everything. This is troublesome. A rebirth realm cultivator has appeared. Demon Lord, let's make another deal. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. He hated making deals with the Demon Lord because the Demon Lord was insatiably greedy. But now, even a rebirth realm cultivator had appeared. How could they fight this battle? King Zhanpeng had been hanging on by a thread. He had attacked continuously, but the rebirth realm cultivator had slapped him again. Now, King Zhanpeng only had half a breath left. How could he fight against a rebirth realm cultivator? Moreover, King Zhanpeng had failed to pass the rebirth tribulation. In other words, King Zhanpeng hadn't reached the rebirth realm yet. Even though King Zhanpeng's strength was heaven-defying, compared to a rebirth realm cultivator, he was still worlds apart. Hearing Lin Feng's transmission, the Demon Lord said, "Of course. This time, I need 10% of your undying divine blood." Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He really wanted to strangle the Demon Lord. That bastard. That was too much. Stop. I'll wait and see. Lin Feng replied fiercely. Now that the situation was unclear, he naturally wouldn't immediately make a deal with the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord sat on top of the lone grave. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Rock King, who was on the verge of collapsing. He seemed to be in deep thought. You only have one last breath left to hang on to your life. You didn't die even after being hit by my palm. You really surprised me. The old man who had attacked looked indifferent. Logically speaking, the qi in your body should have been dispersed by me, but you're still alive. If I'm not wrong, you must have eaten the 9-colored snow lotus. That lotus can gather qi, so your qi hasn't been dispersed. Cough, cough, cough. The Great Rock King coughed 3 times and coughed up 3 more mouthfuls of blood. His face turned even paler. The Great Rock King took a deep breath and said, "That's right. I ate the 9-colored snow lotus. That's why I'm still alive. You are indeed a peerless genius. Even after 300 years, your Tao injury still hasn't been able to take your life. However, everything will end today. I will kill you and use the soul-searching grand art to search your soul's memories to see what secrets you are hiding." The old man looked indifferent. The old man's identity was very mysterious. Even the cultivators of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups were whispering to each other about who he was. Gong Sunqian, we knew you weren't dead. At this moment, 2 voices came from the void. Then, 2 old men walked out. One of the 2 old men was wearing a gray robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Ancestor. When they saw the 2 old men, the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan and the Zhongjing clan cried out in alarm and hurriedly bowed to them. The old man in the gray robe was called Tuoba Yuan. He was the strongest cultivator of the Tuoba clan and had been cultivating for 9,700 years. The old man in the cyan robe was called Zhongjing Fu. He was the strongest cultivator of the Zhongjing clan and had been cultivating for 9,800 years. Only the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan and the Zhongjing clan knew about them. Ordinary elders and juniors didn't even know about them. No need for formalities. The 2 old men waved their hands. It's our ancestor. He's not dead," shouted the cultivators of the supreme gate of heaven. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gong Sun Qian. Gong Sun Qian's background was even greater. Gong Sun Qian was from 15,000 years ago. When he was 1,000 years old, he became the patriarch of the supreme gate of heaven. He didn't retire until he was 9,500 years old. After that, he lived for more than 10,000 years. Many people thought that Gong Sun Qian was about to die, but nobody had thought that he would live until he was 12,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, there was a rumor that Gong Sun Qian had died. Who would have thought that a cultivator who died 3,000 years ago would appear in front of everyone again? No need for formalities. Gong Sun Qian waved his hand. The cultivators of the Supreme Gate stood up. 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise. How can Gong Sun Qian live longer than a tortoise? Lin Feng muttered. Brat? What are you talking about? Lin Feng's words couldn't escape Gong Sun Qian's ears. He coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Supreme Gate were gnashing their teeth. They hated Lin Feng very much. Lin Feng compared Gong Sun Qian to a 10,000-year tortoise. In their eyes, Lin Feng was desecrating Gong Sun Qian's dignity. Lin Feng said, "Am I wrong? This senior has lived longer than a 10,000-year tortoise." Pfft. Seeing Lin Feng say that Gong Sun Qian lived longer than a 10,000-year tortoise, many people couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really... Princess Shueyao shook her head. She didn't know how to describe Lin Feng. At this time, he still dared to mock a rebirth realm cultivator. He was simply fearless. Princess Shueyao couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Even the great Peng King couldn't help but smile. Gong Sun Qian's mouth violently twitched, but he didn't have any intention of attacking Lin Feng. An expert of his level disdained to attack Lin Feng. When the great Peng King dies, we'll kill that brat first. The masked cultivator from the upper heaven gate, Dongfang Ri, and the other experts, looked gloomy. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Gong Sun Qian didn't attack Lin Feng. He knew that even if he didn't attack, the disciples of the upper heaven gate would still help him kill Lin Feng. The three of you are here. It seems that this old man is too late. At that moment, an old man's voice came from afar. Another old man had arrived. He was originally a dozen li away, but in just a few steps, he had already arrived. It's the ancestor. The expert from the Shangguan clan shouted excitedly. He hurriedly saluted the old man. For rebirth realm cultivators, Lin Feng took a deep breath. A rebirth realm cultivator could kill the great Peng King with a flick of his finger. Not to mention four. On the side of the monster race cultivators, every one of them felt a deep sense of despair. On the other hand, one sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 influential groups were magnificent. Great Peng King, since you're a peerless genius, we'll give you a dignified death. You can end it yourself. Gong Sun Qian looked at the great Peng King indifferently. In Gong Sun Qian's opinion, the great Peng King wasn't an ant, but he wasn't much stronger than an ant. Chapter 1086. Gong Sun Qian's confidence came from his strength. A rebirth realm cultivator could indeed look down on the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, it was impossible to become a god. Even if there were gods, they were from ancient times and had never left the Tianwu continent. It was just like the old man who had appeared when the astral behemoths had attacked the spatial tunnel. Although he was a god, no one knew his identity. The only reason he had remained on the martial heaven continent was because he was its guardian. Only when the martial heaven continent was in great danger would these gods appear. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear. Beneath the gods were the reincarnation realm experts. A portion of them would risk their lives to cross the endless sea and head to the central world on the other side of the ocean to seek a chance to break through to the godhood realm. But in reality, not all rebirth realm cultivators would do that, because it was too dangerous. Since it was a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, it meant that the success rate was extremely low. Many people would not take such a risk unless they were at the end of their lives. Only then would they enter the endless sea domain. The 4 rebirth realm cultivators who had appeared now represented the peak strength of the Tianwu continent. Gods did not appear. Rebirth Realm cultivators were the strongest. You can't shake my heart with just one sentence. King Zhanpeng raised his eyes and looked at Gongsun Qian. Although he looked dignified, he was not afraid. Lin Feng admired King Zhanpeng's state of mind. In such a dangerous situation, he was still calm. If King Zhanpeng hadn't been plotted against in the past, his cultivation level would have been unfathomable. It seems like you're still stubbornly resisting, but it's futile. You won't be able to change anything. Gongsun Qian walked step by step towards King Zhanpeng. The ancestor is going to attack. King Zhanpeng will definitely be killed by our ancestor. The cultivators of the upper gate of heaven discussed animatedly. It was as if they could already see Gongsun Qian's strength. In fact, after Gongsun Qian appeared, these people were all in a state of excitement. Boom! Gongsun Qian attacked, his palm slashing towards King Zhanpeng. 10,000 axe lights condensed in the air and slashed horizontally. This technique was called 10,000 axe slaying immortals. It was an extremely powerful ancient technique. It condensed 10,000 axe lights and was said to be able to slay immortals and gods. When Gongsun Qian attacked, many people felt their souls trembling. Gongsun Qian was like a god. They had to look up to him. How terrifying! Lin Feng looked dignified. Rebirth Realm cultivators were indeed terrifying. Cultivators at that level were infinitely close to gods. Their strength was close to gods. Just as the attack was about to hit Big Rock King moved to the right and avoided Gongsun Qian's attack. Zhanpeng's eyes. But now, they had underestimated King Zhanpeng's strength. Zhanpeng was King Zhanpeng. On Zhan King. Was to him Zhan Emperor. Is this the speed of your physical body? You deserve to be called a great golden wing Peng. Your physical strength is incredible. Legends say that the great golden wing Peng has the fastest speed in the world. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Gongsun Qian looked at King Zhanpeng, who was 20 meters away from him. As expected, his physical strength is incredible, thought Lin Feng. He had suspected that King Zhanpeng's teleportation was a result of his physical strength. Now it seemed that it was true. King Zhanpeng could do that because of his race. In the Tianwu continent, perhaps only King Zhanpeng could teleport. Gods could do that. Lin Feng wasn't sure because he had never seen a god. If you only had that technique, you wouldn't have been able to kill me, said King Zhanpeng as he walked towards Gongsun Qian. At that moment, everybody realized that King Zhanpeng's qi was increasing with each step he took. He was accumulating force. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the force inside Chu Zhanpeng's body. King Zhanpeng had condensed 9 kinds of force. Terrifying, how terrifying. I've only learned 3 kinds of force, but King Zhanpeng has 9. Thought Lin Feng. Comprehending force was extremely difficult. Normally, those who could comprehend one type of force were called geniuses. Those who could comprehend 2 types of force were called monstrous. Those who could comprehend 3 types of force were heaven-defying. And those who could comprehend 4 or more types of force were just legends. Very rarely did such people appear, but the Rock King was able to comprehend 9 types of force, which was enough to shock the world. How arrogant! Gongsun Qian's expression was cold. He used another powerful primordial sacred art. This divine ability was called Icebound World. Icebound World. Even the void had turned into an icebound country. King Zhanpeng was surrounded by ice, but at that moment, King Zhanpeng's body was burning. The world of ice melted. Golden rock fire. Gongsun Qian frowned. That was King Zhanpeng's original demonic fire. It was extremely powerful. Today, I'll let you have a taste of the technique I've been practicing for 13,000 years, said Gongsun Qian coldly. Great cutting technique, shouted Gongsun Qian Peng. He used a peerless technique. 3,000 great ways. Lin Feng was astonished. The great cutting technique was one of the 72 types of 3,000 great ways. It was stronger than many ancient techniques. It was comparable to Emperor's techniques. The void seemed to have been cut into pieces by a saw, and the void power kept surging out of the cut void. Once someone was enveloped by the void power, they would be sucked into the dark void world and die without a burial place. But King Zhanpong was moving through the cut pieces. A peerless technique like the Great Cutting Technique couldn't hurt King Zhanpong. It was unbelievable. This technique is called the soul-splitting technique. Abruptly, the Great Rock King in the air inclined his head, his voice emotionless. After that, King Zhanpong condensed 9 types of force and took 81 steps. His chi was as strong as it could get. Everybody saw King Zhanpong turn into a dazzling beam of chi and fly towards Gongsun Qian. The sky was being torn apart. King Zhanping's chi reached Gongsun Qian in a flash. How is that possible? Gongsun Qian couldn't believe it. He could feel how terrifying that attack was. He wanted to move to the side to avoid King Zhanping's attack. But Gongsun Qian was astonished to find that he couldn't move at all. No! Gongsun Qian shouted in fear. Slash. A moment later, blood splashed everywhere. Gongsun Qian was cut in half by King Zhanping's chi. Chapter 1087. How is this possible? This is definitely not real. Our eyes must be playing tricks on us. Many people from the one sect, 3 palaces roared in disbelief, especially the cultivators from the upper heaven gate. They could not accept the scene in front of them. That was a rebirth realm expert, but he was killed by the Great Rock King in one move. This was too inconceivable. Heavens, the Great Rock King is so strong. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, as if a monstrous wave had been set off in his heart. The battle strength that the Great Rock King had displayed had deeply shocked Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng had never seen such a terrifying figure like the Great Rock King. 9 forces, raising one's battle strength to the limit. Then, accumulating power. 1 hit, 1 kill. It was enough to make one's blood boil. Cough, cough. The Great Rock King's figure appeared. He coughed violently, constantly coughing up blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. This time, the Great Rock King could not hold on any longer. Great Rock King, Uncle, Senior. Lin Feng and the others looked at the Great Rock King worriedly. The Great Rock King, who was hanging on by his last breath, was naturally in a terrible condition. After continuously attacking, the Great Rock King had almost reached his limit. The Great Rock King's current situation was that he could die at any time. This was what made Lin Feng and the others extremely worried. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others really wanted this battle to end. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. If they sat down and negotiated, the Great Rock King would also be able to survive. However, the cultivators from the one sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers obviously had no intention of negotiating. They wanted the Great Rock King's life. The Great Rock King struggled to stand up before falling to the ground. However, his body continuously swayed a few times, and he almost fell to the ground. It could be seen that the Great Rock King's current situation was extremely dangerous. Old ancestor, you died so miserably. The experts of the Upper Heaven Gate cried bitterly because they realized that all of this was real and not a dream. The ancestor of the Upper Heaven Gate had already been killed, and the people of the other 3 great powers, Tuoba, Zhongzheng, and Shangguan clan, were actually secretly delighted. Gongsun Qian had been killed by the Great Rock King, so the power of the Upper Heaven Gate would definitely be reduced. The Upper Heaven Gate had always been suppressing the 3 major powers, and now they finally had a chance to breathe. Although the Upper Heaven Gate and the 3 palaces were allies, they were also fighting openly and secretly, not giving way to each other. You broke through to the rebirth realm. Why is it like this? Back then, you clearly suffered a Dao injury and failed your tribulation. The ancestor of the Zhongjing family, Zhongjing Fu, looked at King Daping in disbelief. The other 2 rebirth realm experts, Tuoba Yuan and Shangguan Qi, became solemn as well. They looked at the Daping King gloomily. The fact that the Great Peng King was in the rebirth realm was out of everyone's expectations. The Dao injury is real. However, it did not say that one would fail to transcend the tribulation if they were injured in the middle. The Great Rock King raised his eyelids. This piece of news was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Even the many elders of the demon clan were shocked beyond words. Obviously, The elders of the Yao clan did not know that the Great Rock King had broken through to the rebirth realm. They only knew when the Great Rock King displayed his terrifying strength. He really hit it well. The three rebirth realm experts took a deep breath. The murderous intent in their eyes became even stronger. The Great Rock King made them afraid, and now they would not let him go. If the Great Rock King was allowed to recover, the three of them did not dare to imagine what would happen in the future. The other 8 major powers were reinforcements that the Upper Heaven Gate and the 3 palaces had paid a huge price to invite. In reality, the upper echelons of the 8 major powers had already regretted participating in this battle. Firstly, the intensity of the battle had far exceeded their expectations. The number of casualties was too great. Secondly, the strength of the Great Peng King was simply too terrifying. If the Great Peng King was killed today, it would be fine. But even if the Great Peng King didn't die, the 8 major powers would still have a grudge against him. Even if the 8 major powers were archaic powers, they would still feel that it was difficult to deal with such a terrifying existence. "Let's attack together and kill him," shouted Shangguan Qi coldly. He took the lead and rushed towards the Great Rock King. Tuoba Yuan and Zhongjing Fu also rushed towards the Great Rock King. The 3 of them surrounded the Great Rock King from 3 different directions. Will the Great Rock King be able to withstand the attacks of 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel worried. The Great Rock King had just killed Gongsun Qian. That was because of many reasons. Gongsun Qian had underestimated the Great Rock King, and the Great Rock King had prepared his attack. However, Shangguan Qi, Tuoba Yuan, and Zhongjing Fu did not intend to underestimate the Great Rock King. They would not give him a chance to attack. Heaven and Hell. Reversal of the Milky Way. Eternal Instant. The 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators attacked with their most powerful attacks. Those 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators had used incredible techniques in the ancient times. The Heaven and Hell technique condensed the Heaven world and the Hell world. The 2 worlds resonated with each other and oppressed each other. The Milky Way reversed and evolved into an endless Milky Way world. The Milky Way was like a grain of sand as it turned upside down. One star after another came crashing down. The entire Milky Way was like a Milky Way stripe. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such power was. The Eternal Instant was a divine ability used to confine space. Even time seemed to be constricted. Between heaven and earth, the Eternal Instant, 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 the Eternal Instant. The 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators' attacks were not only powerful, but they also complemented each other. It was as if they could destroy the world. Many people's faces turned deathly pale. They sat down on the ground and stared at the center of the battle in terror. I came from beyond the heavens. I came from eternity. I came from all worlds. I came from the universe. I walked between heaven and earth. I became the scorching sun during the day. I became the bright moon at night. I illuminated the world. I was eternal. A deep voice resounded. The Great Rock King walked in the air. As the Great Rock Monarch spoke, a scorching sun and a bright moon rose from his body. The sun and moon merged into one. They turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram. The Great Yin-yang Art. The Great Yin-yang Art, ranked 6th among the 3,000 Great Dao. The Great Rock King is really powerful. You've even learned a supreme technique that's been lost since ancient times. Inside the demonic bead, Yao Jun, who was sitting on the lone grave, suddenly stood up. He was extremely shocked. The yin-yang Dao diagram appeared in the sky. It tore apart the heaven and earth, destroying the 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators' divine abilities. Pooh. Tuoba Yuan was split into 2. Pooh. Shangguan Qi's arm was torn apart by the yin-yang Dao diagram. Pooh. Half of Zhongjing Fu's body exploded. In one move, one of the 3 Rebirth Realm experts had died and 2 were injured. Chapter 1088. The entire territory of the demon race was completely silent. Whether it was the demon race, the one sect, 3 palaces, or the cultivators of the 8 major powers, they were all shocked speechless. The battle prowess displayed by the Great Rock King was simply too heaven-defying. The Great Peng King was too terrifying. Who would have believed that it was real before? He had killed a rebirth realm cultivator and injured 2 others in one move. Run! Run! Shouted the cultivators of the monster race. Nobody dared to stay. They had only come to help the 1 sect and 3 prefectures because they had received benefits from them, but things had gotten out of their control. If they didn't leave now, they would be killed by the Great Pung King. The cultivators of the monster race were scared out of their wits. After the cultivators of the monster race and 3 prefectures fled, the cultivators of the 1 sect and 3 prefectures also fled. Run! Shangguan Qi and Zhongjing Fu, who were lucky enough to survive, didn't dare to stay. The yin-yang Dao diagram spun rapidly in the void, chasing after the 2, wanting to kill them. Bzzz. At this moment, a cloud of black fog surged over. That cloud of black fog communicated with the supreme treasure of Heavenly Net Divine Sect. Another Rebirth Realm expert appeared. Since this Rebirth Realm expert could communicate with Heavenly Net Divine Sect, he was clearly an expert from Upper Heaven Gate. The Divine Gate of Tianluo released a powerful attack towards the Great Pung King. It was an attack from a great imperial weapon. The Great Pung King didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. The mysterious cultivator from the Supreme Gate of Heaven didn't stop. He took the Divine Gate of Tianluo and left quickly. The Great Pung King was too strong. Besides, the monster race also had the Phoenix Seal. They were obviously afraid of the Great Pung King. The Great Pung King turned into his real body and quickly fell to the ground. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew over and caught the Great Pung King. Oh no, the qi is gone. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Once the qi was gone, the Great Pung King would die. Hurry up and feed the Great Pung King. Qian Piao Shui took out a 9-colored snow lotus. The 9-colored snow lotus was extremely precious, and even the Snow Lady clan didn't have many of them. This kind of heavenly treasure was also one of the few that could be used. Lin Feng dissolved the 9-colored snow lotus and fed it to the Great Pung King. In the Great Rock King's body, a stream of qi was formed with great difficulty. Why is this happening? Why is her aura so weak? Jin Xingyuan's face turned pale. Qian Piaoshui sighed. Usually, the first time you consume a natural treasure, it will have an amazing effect. The second time you consume it, the effect will be very weak. Quick, bring the Great Rock King back to his palace to rest. Elder Jin said. Lin Feng carried the Great Rock King on his back and brought him back to the palace. The Great Rock King laid on the bed, his countenance as pale as paper. His current situation wasn't ideal. This is the sacred ice coffin. Let's seal the Rock King inside and bring him back to the monster continent. Qian Piaoshui took out a supreme treasure. It was forged from 10,000-year-old ice, and it was rumored to be the ancient coffin where the ice god slept. Later on, it was obtained by the Snow Maidens. This coffin could seal a cultivator's life force and prolong their life. The elders placed the Great Rock King's body inside the sacred ice coffin. Then, the elders strengthened the seal. That night, the sacred ice coffin boarded a spaceship and left for the monster continent. Lin Feng and the others left as well. In the spaceship, Lin Feng had his own room. While resting, he transmitted his voice, Demon Lord. Can the Great Rock King survive? The qi in his body has already dispersed. Even though the second 9-colored snow lotus is keeping him alive, he's still sealed in the holy ice coffin. It's hard to say if he'll survive or not. Maybe he'll need some luck to survive. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng sighed. He naturally hoped that the Great Rock King could recover. I still have some immortal medicine. I don't know if it can save the Great Rock King. Lin Feng frowned. It's a Dao injury. Immortal medicine can't save him. Of course, the Great Rock King isn't simple. Maybe he can come back from the dead. The Demon Lord said. The spaceship quickly flew through the space-time wormhole. Lin Feng and the others were on a spaceship called the Godly Rock. It was said that the Godly Rock was built with the bones of a heavenly dragon and the wings of a fallen golden rock. It was 50 times faster than ordinary spaceships. It would normally take 3 years to travel from the southern continent to the monster continent, but it only took them 20 days. Where do you want to go once we reach the monster continent? Why don't you come back to the wasteland with me? Lin Feng smiled at Feng Yaorao. who was leaning against the railing of the spaceship. Feng Yarao spat at Lin Feng and said, "Who's going back with you? I want to go back to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and then go to the East Sea to find my father." "Do you want me to go with you and ask for your hand in marriage from your father?" Lin Feng asked. Qian Yarao blushed and harumphed. "Ask for my hand in marriage? If you're not afraid of death, I won't stop you from going to see my father." "Of course I'm not afraid. Would father-in-law have the heart to destroy two people who are truly in love with each other?" Lin Feng smiled and put his arm around Qian Yaorao's waist. "Who's in love with you?" Qian Yarao pushed Lin Feng away and ran away. That seductive and enchanting vixen was probably the only time when she was in front of Lin Feng she would lose her head. 23 days later, the godly rock finally arrived at the monster continent. Under Kong Cheng's lead, everyone arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. Lin Feng initially hoped to see the Peacock Holy Leader, but the Peacock Holy Leader wasn't in the clan. According to Kong Cheng, the Peacock Holy Leader had left 5 years ago and hadn't come back. Lin Feng didn't know what he was doing. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see the Peacock clan's holy leader. Qian Yaorao disappeared the night they arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. Perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng would follow her to ask for her hand in marriage. "When the holy leader comes back, I hope he can find a way to save King Zhanpeng," said Kong Cheng. Lin Feng stayed at the Peacock clan's territory for 10 days, and then he decided to go to Huangyu. The Peacock clan had a space-time wormhole that led directly to the northern wasteland city. Lin Feng said goodbye to everyone and entered the wormhole. On a mountain peak in the distance, Qian Piao Shui's clothes were as white as snow, and her silver hair was fluttering in the wind. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. How could she forget what had happened with Lin Feng that day? She really wanted to say goodbye to Lin Feng, but she was worried that if she stayed in contact with Lin Feng again, she wouldn't be able to extricate herself. She hesitated a few times, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Lin Feng. She could only watch Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng disappeared into the teleportation portal. At the top of the mountain, there was only a sigh echoing in the air. The beautiful woman had already left. Chapter 1089. In the teleportation plaza of Northern Wasteland City, the space-time wormhole started shaking violently. Then, a young man came out of the wormhole. It was Lin Feng. "I'm finally back in Huangyu." Lin Feng took a deep breath. The chi of Huangyu was familiar and comfortable. Not long after Lin Feng came out, the space-time wormhole started shaking violently again. Then, more than 30 cultivators came out. They were led by a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was pale, and he looked like he had overindulged in debauchery. He was obviously a member of a large family. "Get out of the way. Can't you see that our young man is going out? You lowly commoners dare to block his way? Do you want to die?" shouted a guard arrogantly. Immediately, a cultivator sneered and said, "Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Is Northern Wasteland City a place where you can be so arrogant?" The guard sneered and said, "Our young man is a direct descendant of the ancient Ning family of Ning Prefecture. Northern Wasteland City is nothing. You lowly commoners dare to talk nonsense in front of our young man? Do you want to die?" Many people's expressions changed when they heard the name of the ancient Ning family of Ning Prefecture. There were 72 prefectures in the north, and the 16 prefectures in the south. The 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud bordered the 8 prefectures to the south. One of the 8 prefectures was called the Tranquil Prefecture, and the primordial Ning clan was the ancient clan that ruled the Tranquil Prefecture. Hearing that these people were from the Ning clan, the indignant cultivators quickly shut their mouths and retreated to make a wide path for this group of people. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen many descendants of ancient families, but Lin Feng had only interacted with geniuses. He hadn't interacted with that young man before. "That person is called Ning Shubai. He's not simple. He's the nephew of the leader of the ancient Ning family," said a cultivator from a teleportation portal. A cultivator who walked out of the teleportation formation said, "He probably came from the Ning prefecture as well, so he knew Ning Shubai." "Those ancient clans are really arrogant," murmured Lin Feng, said someone with a sigh. Another cultivator said, "They're really strong." They're qualified to look down on us. The cultivators in the teleportation plaza dispersed. Lin Feng left and found an inn to stay. He rested for a day before leaving for the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's return to the Blue Cloud sect had caused quite a stir. After all, Lin Feng was a core disciple, and he had fought Huangfu Qingtian. Everything on the Supreme Peak proceeded in an orderly manner. After returning to the Supreme Peak, Bei Bei and Little White played around on the Supreme Peak. In the evening, Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, Wang Hu, and the others held a simple banquet for Lin Feng. There were only 7 people on the mountain, so they were all very familiar with each other. After the banquet, Lin Feng took out 7 million top-quality spirit stones and gave each of them 1 million top-quality spirit stones for cultivation. The 7 of them had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones. They were all dumbfounded. Usually, they could only use high-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. They had never seen top-grade spirit stones. But now, top-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. This made the 7 of them feel as if they were in a dream. "Senior brother, did you find a top-grade spirit stone mine?" asked Wang Hu excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I saved up some top-quality spiritual stones when I was traveling. You can use them to practice cultivation. You'll progress much faster with them, but remember, don't show off your wealth. Don't let other people know about it." Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others quickly nodded. They knew what those top-quality spirit stones meant. Even if they were the descendants of ancient powers, it would not be easy for them to take out 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention an ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect. Yin-Yang realm cultivators like them usually didn't have top-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Now that they had obtained so many top-grade spirit stones, they naturally had to keep this secret. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause a fatal disaster. At the end of the banquet, Shi Weizhu and Bai Ying looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Then, they turned around and left. Lin Feng went to Shi Weizhu's room first. Bai Ying, who was in the room next door, heard the sounds coming from Shi Weizhu's room. She was very disappointed. Even though she knew that Lin Feng would go to Shi Weizhu's room first, she couldn't help but feel jealous. In the second half of the night, Lin Feng went to Bai Ying's room again. Bai Ying couldn't help but throw a little tantrum. However, after Lin Feng coaxed her, Bai Ying became a docile kitten. The next day, Lin Feng went to Spirit Beast Peak. Wang Hu accompanied Lin Feng. They came to Spirit Beast Peak mainly to see how the little tyrant dragon was doing. After a few years, the little tyrant dragon had grown to 5 meters tall. It was very fierce. It was obviously an overlord in Spirit Beast Peak. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, the little tyrant dragon hurriedly ran over. It lay on the ground and rubbed its head against Lin Feng. It seemed very intimate. Lin Feng patted the little guy's head. At this time, Bibi and Little White ran over. When the little tyrant dragon saw the 2 of them, it actually trembled in fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't understand what was going on. Why was the little tyrant dragon so afraid of Bibi and Little White? Previously, when Bibi and Little White came here to play, they accidentally intruded into the little tyrant dragon's territory. The little tyrant dragon has a very strong concept of territory, so it attacked Bibi and Little White. It just didn't expect that. Wang Hu had a bitter smile on his face. There was no need for Wang Hu to say the rest. Lin Feng already knew the rest. It must be that the little tyrant dragon was tortured by Bibi and Little White. Bibi and Little White might be young, but their abilities were heaven-defying. They weren't something the little tyrant dragon could compare to. Yaya, Jaya, Bibi and Little White waved their little claws and cried out. "Are you saying that you saw a strange person?" Lin Feng asked. Bibi and Little White quickly nodded. Lin Feng let Bibi and Little White lead the way. The 2 little fellows quickly brought Lin Feng and Wang Hu to a valley at the intersection of Spirit Beast Peak and Spirit Medicine Peak. This place was densely covered with tall trees, and it was gloomy and cold. Wang Hu and the rest usually didn't come here. When Lin Feng and Wang Hu arrived, they saw a person lying in the forest. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. When the 2 of them came to the person's side, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. The person lying here was actually the old drunkard. They didn't know how long the old drunkard had been lying here. His body was almost covered by the newly grown weeds. Isn't this the old drunkard? He disappeared for 3 months without a trace. Why is he lying here? He can't be dead, right? Lin Feng said, if someone else had been lying here for so long, they would most likely be dead. But this old drunkard must be drunk. Carry him back.
Yes.
Wang Hu nodded. After checking, he found that the old drunkard was still alive. He carried the old drunkard and returned to the main peak with Lin Feng. Chapter 1090. Wang Hu placed old drunkard on the bed. Lin Feng shook old drunkard, but old drunkard was still sleeping soundly. He had no intention of waking up. Wang Hu said, do you want to splash some water on him to wake him up? Lin Feng shook his head and said, it's no use. Apart from drinking, this old fellow only knows how to sleep. If he doesn't want to wake up, no one can wake him up. Lin Feng was very familiar with old drunkard. He lowered his head and whispered into old drunkard's ear, old drunkard, wake up. I brought you myriad flower buildings, 1,000-year-old wine. Hurry up and try it. Myriad flower buildings, 1,000-year-old wine? That's good. Ordinary people can't buy it. Old drunkard, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately sat up. He looked very impatient, as if he wanted to start drinking immediately. Where's the wine? Where's the wine? Brat, did you trick me into bringing myriad flower buildings, 1,000-year-old wine, just to wake me up? When the old drunkard saw that Lin Feng's hand was empty, he looked at Lin Feng ferociously. Lin Feng didn't have the 1,000-year-old wine. Lin Feng took out a jug of wine and tossed it to old drunkard, saying, why would I trick you? Just drink it. The old drunkard uncorked the bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he shouted excitedly, it's really the 1,000-year-old wine of the 10,000 flower building. This jar of 1,000-year-old wine is worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Boy, you're rich now. You're actually willing to buy wine like this, said Lin Feng, waving at Wang Hu. Wang Hu understood tacitly and left. Lin Feng walked over to a chair and sat down, smiling. I have a lot of alcohol like that. You can have as much as you want. My dear brother. Old drunkard was so excited that his entire body trembled. He wanted to rush over and give Lin Feng a bear hug, but Lin Feng hurriedly dodged and said, I don't like this kind of thing, and you stink. You'd better wash yourself later. Old drunkard said indifferently, what do you know? This is called penance cultivation. Have you heard of Buddhist monks who practice asceticism? This is my cultivation method. Lin Feng was speechless. Ascetic Buddhist monks only drink 1 sip of water every day, and then they travel around the continent of the celestial martial continent barefoot. You eat fish, eat meat, and drink alcohol all the time. How can you compare with ascetic Buddhist monks? The old drunkard replied, I didn't say that I wanted to compete with them on food or drink. I wanted to compete with the ascetic monks to see who could go the longest without bathing. Hearing the old drunkard's words, Lin Feng nodded and didn't fall to the ground. Lin Feng could not be bothered to persuade the old drunkard. He asked, is Tian Zhongdao in contact with you? You don't say. Last year, I went out on a trip with Tian Zhongdao, but he abandoned me halfway and ran off by himself. How disloyal, the old drunkard said indignantly. Lin Feng said, I think it's most likely that you're hanging around some tavern and not leaving. After being exposed by Lin Feng, the old drunkard did not feel awkward at all. He said, I told Tian Zhongdao that drinking is a form of cultivation, but he didn't listen. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Even if drinking is a good way to practice cultivation, it's not suitable for us. Tian Zhongdao left you behind. That's good. If it had been me, I would have beaten you up if you hadn't left, said Lin Feng helplessly. The old drunkard said, I haven't exercised in a while. Didn't you want to beat me up? Let's go out and train. Forget it, you old geezer. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally cripple you with a single punch, Lin Feng said. The old drunkard was furious and said, Bro, I'm only 18. When Lin Feng and the shameless old drunkard were together, it was inevitable that they would bicker. That night, Lin Feng discovered that the old drunkard had quietly left Sovereign Peak again. He used his void travel technique to follow behind the old drunkard. The old drunkard was very mysterious. Lin Feng had always suspected that the old drunkard had entered the blue cloud sect with a secret. However, Lin Feng had never found out what that secret was. Soon, Lin Feng followed the old drunkard to the back mountain of the Blue Cloud sect. The place was overgrown with weeds and was deserted. Lin Feng did not know why the old drunkard had come here. He wandered around for a long time before leaving. After the old drunkard left, Lin Feng appeared. That old geezer is always so mysterious. What is he looking for? Lin Feng was puzzled. Back in the Green Cloud 12 Peaks, the old drunkard had often come out in the middle of the night, seemingly searching for something. However, the old drunkard had probably failed to find it. After entering the inner sect, the old drunkard had begun searching everywhere for what he was looking for. Moreover, every time he went out in the middle of the night, Lin Feng would naturally be interested in the old drunkard's movements. However, when Lin Feng had asked the old drunkard had been very tight-lipped and had not revealed anything. Lin Feng wandered around the overgrown back mountain, but he could not find anything special. For half a month, the old drunkard would go out in the middle of the night and head to the back mountain. Lin Feng would follow him every day, observing the old drunkard's every move. The old drunkard would often sit cross-legged on a rock at the peak of the back mountain, seemingly sensing something. When the old drunkard left, Lin Feng would also go to the spot where the old drunkard was meditating and immerse his mind in the forest, trying his best to blend in with the forest. However, Lin Feng did not sense anything. He did not know if the old drunkard had sensed anything. After a month, the old drunkard stopped going to the forest and would come to Lin Feng's place every day to ask for wine. Lin Feng persisted. For 3 months, he would go to the back mountain and meditate on the rock where the old drunkard was sitting, trying his best to blend in with the forest. Finally, after 3 months, Lin Feng sensed something. It was hazy, and he could not see clearly. Like a dream, a blurry figure appeared in his line of sight. It was unknown whether the figure was a man or a woman, but it stood there without moving. When the sun rose, Lin Feng woke up with a shocked expression. There really was a secret hidden here. The old drunkard must have learned the secret of this place, which was why he did not come again. The old drunkard is definitely not simple. He sensed the abnormality here so long before I did. Just how strong is his comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The old drunkard was a bit frivolous, but it was this frivolous appearance that hid his terrifying strength. After another 3 months, Lin Feng finally comprehended the secret of this place. In the boundless void, the sky had split open, and one life planet after another was devoured. Many worlds larger than the Tianwu continent were swallowed up by the cracked sky. Countless life forms died. Even ancient gods were devoured and died tragically. The blurry figure Lin Feng saw appeared. Heaven-mending art. A faintly discernible voice resounded in that ancient world. She had used the heaven-mending technique to mend the sky and repair the cracks in the sky. Only then was the apocalyptic calamity resolved. Chapter 1091. Lin Feng was immersed in this mysterious world while comprehending the true essence of the heaven-mending art. This was a supreme technique comparable to the archaic dragonesque elephant art, one of the top 10 techniques in the immemorial era. Why did someone with such heaven-defying talents like Huangfu Qingtian join the Blue Cloud sect? It was all for this supreme heaven-mending art. However, Huangfu Qingtian had never been able to find the method to cultivate it. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the sky-patching technique. The illusory world disappeared and Lin Feng opened his eyes. A cultivation technique was imprinted in his mind. This was the method to cultivate the heaven-mending art. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to finally obtain this technique. This was a great fortune. If he could successfully cultivate it, his cultivation would greatly increase. The key point was that this heaven-mending art was too heaven-defying. Mending referred to the heavenly Tao. It was said that when cultivated to grand completion, one would be able to make up for past mistakes. For example, when 2 cultivators were fighting, one of them would be heavily wounded after being struck on the chest by the opponent. If one were to use the heaven-mending art at this time, time would be reversed and they would return to the time when the opponent was struck on the chest. At this time, the injured cultivator would know in advance what the opponent was going to do. Thus, after reversing time, Not only would he be able to easily dodge the opponent's attack, he would also be able to condense a powerful technique to counterattack. This was the heaven-mending art, a chance to start all over again. Of course, in order to reverse time and start all over again, he had to reach the realm of great perfection. This kind of peerless absolute art was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was not an easy task to cultivate to the great perfection realm. However, Lin Feng was confident in himself. He believed that he would be able to cultivate the heaven-mending art to grand completion. Once he cultivated the heaven-mending technique to perfection, this ability would definitely play an extremely crucial role. Lin Feng left the back mountain and spent the next night drinking with the old drunkard. The old drunkard loved drinking the most and could be considered old drinking buddies with Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng's alcohol tolerance was far inferior to the old drunkard's. Lin Feng was dead drunk, but the old drunkard wasn't done yet. In the following days, Lin Feng began to comprehend the heaven-mending art. While Lin Feng was studying the sky-patching technique, a dozen core disciples of the yin-yang layer were seated cross-legged in a palace. They were all practicing cultivation. Suddenly, a terrifying sound spread in the air. This fluctuation woke up a dozen core disciples who were cultivating. They opened their eyes and looked at the void. They saw a mirror with ripples condensing in the void. An illusory world appeared in the mirror. It was a vast ocean. A cultivator walked over from afar. It was Huangfu Qingtian, first senior brother. Everyone hurriedly got up and saluted Huangfu Qingtian. Yes. Huangfu Qingtian nodded and said, Wang Zhanlong will return soon. Open the white jade box I placed in the treasury and give it to Wang Zhanlong. Huangfu Qingtian had a treasury filled with many treasures. Huangfu Qingtian had one key, Lu Mingyan had another key, and the other key was in the hands of a dozen yin-yang realm disciples who had submitted to Huangfu Qingtian. They put the key in a stone box covered with a large formation. 12 jade talismans were needed to open the stone box. Each of these disciples held a jade talisman in order to prevent someone from stealing the treasures in Huangfu Qingtian's treasure house with the key alone. Yes, the disciples hastily replied. Huangfu Qingtian continued, Go to the eastern region and find Lu Mingyan in the eastern region's holy empire. Tell Lu Mingyan to return to the sect and wait for me there. The disciples hastily nodded. The mirror condensed from the energy in the void dissipated. It seems like first senior brother is going to dual cultivate with Lu Mingyan. It's not dual cultivation, it should be plucking. Only by plucking can one obtain the greatest benefits. As long as first senior brother plucks Lu Mingyan, he'll be able to break through to the life and death realm. First senior brother has been in the life and death realm for almost 10 years. As long as he breaks through, he'll be able to reach the peak of the life and death realm. Haha, once first senior brother reaches the rebirth realm, he won't be far from the God realm. At that time, we'll all have a meteoric rise. The disciples discussed excitedly. 10 days later, a tall and sturdy man in his 30s arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. Wang Zhanlong, he's back. After seeing the man, many people cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran away. Wang Zhanlong was an extremely terrifying existence. He had entered the sect 10 years earlier than Huangfu Qingtian. Moreover, it was rumored that Wang Zhanlong had swallowed the blood of a huge dragon, causing his body to mutate and become abnormally powerful. Originally, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect wanted to promote Wang Zhanlong to the position of vice sect master, but Wang Zhanlong's character was cruel and many people opposed it. Therefore, the sect master had to withdraw this decision. Later, Wang Zhanlong left the Blue Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Wang Zhanlong arrived at the blue sky peak with an indifferent expression. He coldly looked at the dozen core disciples of the blue sky peak. When they saw Wang Zhanlong's glance, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Wang Zhanlong's cultivation was too terrifying, wasn't it? Huangfu Qingtian wants to give me something. Take me to get it. Wang Zhanlong said. The disciples on the green sky peak didn't dare to delay any longer. They brought Wang Zhanlong to the treasury and retrieved the white jade box. Wang Zhanlong revealed a look of joy when he opened the white jade box. He immediately kept the white jade box. The others were unable to see what treasure was inside the white jade box. Asked a core disciple. Brother Wang, the blue sky peak has already prepared a place for you to stay. We'll take you there now. No rush. Before resting, I'll kill someone first. Wang Zhanlong stepped out of the blue sky peak and walked outside. The core disciples of the blue sky peak were startled. Who was Wang Zhanlong going to kill? They followed him all the way to the sovereign peak. Lin Feng, get your ass out here and face your death. Wang Zhanlong clasped his hands behind his back and said in a thunderous voice. The entire inner sect of the Blue Cloud sect heard Wang Zhanlong's voice. Many people were shocked. Who was provoking Lin Feng like this? Countless silhouettes flew towards the sovereign peak. Chapter 1092. Who dares to cause trouble in my supreme peak? Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Ma Yong, and Lu Gu flew out and coldly stared at Wang Zhanlong's group. Seeing this person, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Lu Gu, and Ma Yong's expressions turned serious. They didn't recognize this person, but when they saw the dozen or so core disciples on the green sky peak not far away, they more or less guessed this person's origin. Many disciples, elders, and attendants of the Blue Cloud sect arrived one after another. Ordinary disciples recognized Wang Zhanlong, but only the older ones. Such disciples were rare in the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, many disciples were pointing at Wang Zhanlong and discussing his identity. However, many elders and deacons recognized Wang Zhanlong. When they saw him return, the expressions on their faces immediately became very interesting. Qin Yao said, Wang Zhanlong is back. Why is he looking for trouble with Lin Feng? When Qin Yao joined the Blue Cloud sect, Wang Zhanlong was about to leave the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, Qin Yao knew Wang Zhanlong. Guo Xiao said, I'm guessing that this matter has something to do with the Blue Sky Peak. Lin Feng's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds these past few years. It seems like Huangfu Qingtian can't sit still anymore. On the surface, he's abiding by the 10-year agreement and won't make a move against Lin Feng. However, he can find someone else to deal with Lin Feng. Wang Zhanlong is most likely someone Huangfu Qingtian found. Qin Yao frowned slightly and said, Wang Zhanlong's strength is terrifying. Should we tell Lin Feng not to come out so that he won't have a direct confrontation with Wang Zhanlong? Although Lin Feng's cultivation has improved tremendously, there's still a huge gap between him and Wang Zhanlong. When Wang Zhanlong left the Blue Cloud sect, he was already able to suppress many elders. So many years have passed, and no one knows how strong Wang Zhanlong is, but he's definitely much stronger than before. Guo Xiao said, Lin Feng is someone who knows when to advance and when to retreat, so we don't need to say anything. He knows how to deal with all kinds of things. Now, let's wait outside and see how this matter will unfold. Qin Yao thought about Lin Feng's character, and it was indeed the same as what Guo Xiao said. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at Wang Zhanlong, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others. At this time, Wang Zhanlong looked at Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Lu Gu, and Ma Yong indifferently and said, I asked Lin Feng to come out and face his death, not you small fries. Are you disciples of the Supreme Peak? Well, since he doesn't want to come out, I'll break your legs first and see if he comes out. If he still doesn't come out, I'll cripple one of you every half an hour until he comes out. Many people couldn't help but gasp when they heard Wang Zhanlong's words. It was rumored that Wang Zhanlong was ruthless and cruel. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Wang Zhanlong thought highly of his cultivation and had always been arrogant and domineering, without any scruples. Life and death were just a matter of thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanlong raised his right hand and was about to suppress Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others. At this time, a sneer came from the void. You dare to behave so atrociously in my supreme peak? Are you tired of living? The void trembled slightly as Lin Feng stepped out. It's Lin Feng. What kind of technique is that? He stepped out of the void? That's really mysterious. It's been rumored that Lin Feng obtained a great opportunity. It seems that the rumors are true. This is going to be interesting. It seems that the two of them are going to fight. I wonder who will win? Wang Zhanlong made a name for himself more than 10 years ago. He's more than 10 years older than Lin Feng and has cultivated for more than 10 years. That's a huge advantage. I think Wang Zhanlong will win this battle. That's right. I think so too. It won't be easy to defeat Wang Zhanlong. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Obviously, the Blue Cloud sect's disciples, elders, and attendants didn't think highly of Lin Feng. It was widely rumored that Lin Feng had obtained a great opportunity. However, Wang Zhanlong had obtained a great opportunity as well. At this time, the old drunkard, Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and Wu Xiao flew out. Shi Weizhu's expression changed slightly when she saw Wang Zhanlong. Wang Ying noticed the change in Shi Weizhu's expression and asked, "Who's that?" "He's called Wang Zhanlong. He's been an expert for more than 10 years, but he left the sect many years ago. I don't know why he's back and wants to challenge Lin Feng. Could it be related to the clear sky peak?" Shi Weizhu frowned. She couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. She had been in the sect for more than 10 years. Back then, Wang Zhanlong had been a lofty figure, and he had left a deep impression on her. She was naturally worried when she saw that it was Wang Zhanlong who had come to challenge Lin Feng. Wang Ying and the others grew worried when they heard Shi Weizhu's words. Only the old drunkard took a sip of wine and smiled meaningfully. Wang Zhanlong looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "At least you're not a coward. You asked me if I wanted to die by coming to Venerable Peak to behave atrociously, right? Let me tell you, I don't want to live anymore. Today, either you kill me or I kill you. Let's fight in the life and death arena. Do you dare?" Many people were shocked. Wang Zhanlong was determined to kill Lin Feng. "Wang Zhanlong, you've left the sect for so many years, and you've come back to threaten to kill a core disciple of the sect. The sect can't help but suspect that you've betrayed us and joined another faction. The sect has reason to suspect that you've come to help another faction eliminate our Blue Cloud sect's genius disciple. The sect wants to re-examine your identity." Grand Elder Guoyin said in a low voice. "Humph, Grand Elder Guoyin, you can't scare me with your words. I want to kill this brat today, and no one can stop me." Wang Zhanlong said indifferently. "Impudent." Grand Elder Guoyin's expression sank. He had always been close to Lin Feng, so he naturally didn't want to see Lin Feng and Wang Zhanlong fight in the life and death arena. He knew how terrifying Wang Zhanlong was. If Lin Feng and Wang Zhanlong fought in the life and death arena, they would most likely die. "Guoyin, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I can kill you in 3 moves. Do you believe me?" Wang Zhanlong's expression turned cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng knew that Wang Zhanlong was telling the truth. Wang Zhanlong was indeed very terrifying. Grand Elder Guoyin was no match for Wang Zhanlong with his cultivation. Seeing Grand Elder Guoyin's gloomy expression, Lin Feng said, "Grand Elder, there's no need to get angry over a dog that doesn't know his place. It's just a dog that bites randomly. Isn't it a simple matter? You don't need to worry about me." Wang Zhanlong sneered. "Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I wonder if you'll regret your foolish words when I break every bone in your body?" Wang Zhanlong flew towards the life and death arena and coldly looked at Lin Feng. "Brat, get over here. I'll take your head in 10 moves." Chapter 1093. Elder Guoyin knew Lin Feng's character. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Wang Zhanlong, he stopped trying to persuade him and said, "Wang Zhanlong's cultivation is terrifying, so you must be careful." Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the life and death arena. Seeing Lin Feng flying towards the arena, everyone knew that Lin Feng was going to fight Wang Zhanlong to the death. This caused a huge uproar. One of them was a senior core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He had become famous 10 years ago, and his strength was unfathomable. The other was a rising genius of the Blue Cloud sect. Although many people felt that Lin Feng wasn't a match for Wang Zhanlong, they still thought that the battle would be very exciting. Wang Zhanlong was the first to land on the battle stage. Lin Feng also landed on the battle stage. Many elders, deacons, and disciples of the Blue Cloud sect gathered to watch this duel. "Brat, normally I wouldn't bother to fight a nobody like you, but I have an agreement with someone, so you must die." Wang Zhanlong grinned and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Wang Zhanlong has an agreement with someone? Is it Huangfu Qingtian? Even if someone raised this question at that moment, there were many people who suspected that Wang Zhanlong might have been sent over by Huangfu Qingtian. Now it would seem like this possibility was even greater. But so what? The world of cultivators was filled with all sorts of deceit, intrigue, and schemes. There were too many of them. Lin Feng and Huang Fu Qingtian had a 10-year agreement. Huang Fu Qingtian cherished his reputation and wouldn't attack Lin Feng during that time. But that didn't mean that he couldn't find someone else to attack him. Withering Glory Fist. Wang Zhanlong sneered and unleashed a tyrannical spirit technique. All the flowers and trees in the surrounding forest withered. That withered Glory Fist was extremely strange. When Lin Feng was enveloped by that fist, he had the feeling that his body was about to be drained of all his strength. Oh, this withering Glory Fist is quite interesting. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He used the heaven patching art, which he had just cultivated to minor completion. The withering Glory Fist exhausted Lin Feng's spiritual energy, but Lin Feng could use the heaven patching art to give himself another chance. His exhausted spiritual energy instantly recovered. At this time, Wang Zhanlong arrived in front of Lin Feng and fiercely punched. Lin Feng jumped and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared behind Wang Zhanlong and kicked him. Bang! Wang Zhanlong was blown away by Lin Feng's kick. He was pushed 30 meters away before he finally stopped. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They thought to think that Wang Zhanlong would win. How could he be repelled in the first exchange? And he seemed to have suffered a little bit? You broke my withering glory. Wang Zhanlong looked gloomy. Lin Feng said indifferently, this withering glory fist is indeed unique. But unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it well enough. If you want to exhaust my spiritual energy, you'll need to cultivate for a few thousand years. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. But if you act so arrogantly in front of me, you'll die even more miserably. Wang Zhanlong laughed evilly. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You're arrogant, of course you're arrogant. But you, the first time we fought, you were forced to retreat, and you still look fearless. I really don't know why you're so confident, said Lin Feng indifferently. Soon, I'll show you how strong I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a black fog poured out of Wang Zhanlong's body. Wang Zhanlong was shrouded in black mist, and an evil aura emanated from his body. Demonic arts? Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. According to the rules of the Tianwu continent, if a righteous cultivator dared to practice demonic arts, he would be considered a demon and would be hunted down. Of course, many demonic arts were extremely powerful and couldn't be stopped. Some righteous cultivators also practiced them, but even if they did, they wouldn't use them so openly. At most, they would use them in a battle of magical powers. They were afraid of being exposed. But Wang Zhanlong didn't seem to have any misgivings. It's not demonic arts. Maybe it has something to do with the dragon's blood that Wang Zhanlong swallowed. He swallowed the blood of a demonic dragon, said one of the great elders who was watching the battle. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded. Then, a gigantic creature appeared in the black fog. It was a demonic dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its roar shook the sky. Demonic dragon claws. With a rumbling sound, the demonic dragon stretched out its huge claws towards Lin Feng. He condensed a demonic dragon? What kind of attack is that? Many people cried out in shock when they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Mo Long's body. The aura of Mo Long made many people feel a suffocating pressure. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels were trembling all over. Only after retreating further away did they feel a little better. The mountain-like claws descended from the sky. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward and punched the demonic dragon's claws. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, and a sound that sounded like a war drum was heard. Then, the arena shook violently. Lin Feng was actually pushed back by this attack. This demonic dragon isn't just a simple body of energy. It's also fused with 32 demonic dragon bones. This is a demonic dragon condensed from a divine ability and bones. It's 10 times stronger than a demonic dragon condensed from a divine ability. Kid, let's see how you'll die. Wang Zhanlong stood in the black fog and looked down on Lin Feng like a demonic god. He was obviously very confident in the demonic dragon. Lin Feng said, so that's how it is. No wonder it's so powerful. Whoosh! The demonic dragon attacked Lin Feng again. This time, it spat out a ball of dragon's breath. Because the demonic dragon had fused with 32 demonic dragon bones, it could control many of the demonic dragon's abilities when it was still alive, such as its innate divine ability, dragon's breath, and some other divine abilities. Its attack power was quite terrifying. Lin Feng twisted and turned in midair, dodging the dragon's breath attack and rushing towards the demonic dragon. Demon destroys the world. Suddenly, two terrifying beams of light shot out from the demonic dragon's eyes. They locked onto Lin Feng and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had dodged the dragon's breath attack and was about to reach the demonic dragon, but the demonic dragon's attacks were endless. Now, the two beams of light from the demonic dragon's eyes were impossible to dodge. Bang! Lin Feng swung his fist to block, but the two beams of light were too terrifying and sent him flying. Rumble. At that moment, the demonic dragon's huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. The mountain-like tail smashed towards him, causing the void to crack. This attack was too terrifying. Oh my god! Is Lin Feng going to be crushed by that gigantic dragon's tail? Many people cried out in alarm. Chapter 1094. Many people were excited to see this. Of course, there were also some people like Shi Weizhu who were worried for Lin Feng. The demonic dragon was too powerful, and they were worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly. When the dragon's tail came crashing down, he made a gesture as if he was hugging a large wine jar. Then, he hugged the dragon's tail in his arms. Lin Feng shouted and moved his hands, lifting the demonic dragon up and smashing it towards Wang Zhanlong, who was not far away. Wang Zhanlong's expression changed, and he had no choice but to retreat. With a clang, the demonic dragon's huge body was smashed into the arena by Lin Feng. More than half of the arena collapsed. The demonic dragon roared furiously and swung its tail, throwing Lin Feng into the air. Then, the demonic dragon soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng again. The demonic dragon has a spirit. It seems that this demonic dragon is similar to an avatar. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. You have good eyesight. However, you won't be able to escape death today. Wang Zhanlong laughed sinisterly. His hands kept changing seals, and runes condensed and entered the demonic dragon's body. The demonic dragon roared at the sky, and its aura suddenly doubled. Wang Zhanlong still has a way to increase the demonic dragon's battle power. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. This demonic dragon's strength has at least doubled. Can Lin Feng still withstand it? Lin Feng isn't simple either. I thought he was going to be smashed to death by the demonic dragon's tail, but I didn't expect him to suppress the demonic dragon. I think that even if Wang Zhanlong can defeat Lin Feng, it will be a tough battle. He won't be able to defeat Lin Feng so easily. Some people discussed in low voices, expressing their opinions on this battle. At this moment, the demonic dragon attacked again. Its huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng, and it opened its bloody mouth to spit out dragon's breath. At the same time, its dragon claws came clawing towards him. The three attacks came at the same time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped in the void, displaying the white tiger's killing intent, the heaven-punishing fighting will, and the battle aura. Stacking together, Lin Feng's aura was raised to the extreme. Body as a saber, splitting the heavens, Lin Feng roared and leaped into the air. Then, it turned into a dazzling ray of light. This was a move that Lin Feng had comprehended after watching the Rock King make his move. The Great Pong King transformed into killing intent, instantly killing the Rebirth Realm expert. How terrifying was this? Why do cultivators like to watch other people fight to the death? He wanted to comprehend something from other people's battles. Of course, this wasn't easy. It required luck and comprehension. And Lin Feng was lucky enough to comprehend the Rock King's move. His body turned into a sky-splitting blade, slicing through the void and instantly arriving in front of the demon dragon. Puff! He slashed down with his saber. The demon dragon's huge body was directly torn in half. Then, Lin Feng turned into a blade of light and continued to slash at Wang Zhanlong. What kind of move is this? Many people were shocked. He turned into a blade of light and even cut down the demon dragon. This move was too terrifying, and it shocked many people. The blade of light Lin Feng turned into instantly arrived in front of Wang Zhanlong and slashed at him. Wang Zhanlong's expression was gloomy. Clearly, he was extremely angry that his clone had been cut down. A mortal-shattering finger. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Wang Zhanlong pointed his right hand at the void. Clang. He pointed at the blade of light that Lin Feng had turned into. Lin Feng, who had turned into a blade light, was forced back to his original shape. The celestial breaking finger was extremely powerful, and he was blown away. Thundercloud Destruction Fist. Wang Zhanlong's attacks were endless. He stepped forward and punched at Lin Feng. Endless lightning condensed on his fist. The lightning intertwined with each other as Wang Zhanlong's fist swept out. Endless lightning poured out towards Lin Feng. Its power was terrifying. Lightning spells. You really know a lot of spells. Lin Feng was shocked. You're about to die, and you still dare to be distracted? Wang Zhanlong sneered. That's not necessarily true. Sky Tyrant Thunder. Dense lightning appeared around Lin Feng. The Sky Tyrant Thunder was the #1 spell of the immemorial era. It was a spell created by the immemorial god of thunder, and it was able to suppress all other spells of the immemorial era. Therefore, the lightning condensed by Wang Zhanlong's Thundercloud Destruction Fist was instantly devoured by Lin Feng. Without the lightning's support, the spell could no longer display its power. Wang Zhanlong hadn't thought that such a thing would happen. His spells of the immemorial era had been completely suppressed. Wang Zhanlong didn't dare stay and quickly retreated. Explode. At that moment, Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Thunder to condense a huge lightning ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Lin Feng raised the gigantic ball of lightning in his hand and released it. It exploded in the air. The energy of the explosion instantly submerged Wang Zhanlong. PFFF, Wang Zhanlong was blown away. His body was dripping with blood, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Zhanlong had been injured by Lin Feng again. Swoosh! Lin Feng stepped forward and threw a supreme reincarnation fist at Wang Zhanlong. Wang Zhanlong's expression changed greatly. Lin Feng was too fast. He was so fast that he couldn't react. Wang Zhanlong hurriedly threw a punch to meet Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided again. Kacha! Kacha! Wang Zhanlong's arm was broken. Lin Feng's punch then landed on Wang Zhanlong's chest. Wang Zhanlong was blown away. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His face was as pale as paper. Is this all you've got? It's far worse than I thought. A piece of trash like you dares to say that you can kill me in 10 moves? You're overestimating yourself. Lin Feng looked at Wang Zhanlong indifferently. All the cultivators were discussing spiritedly. Clearly, Lin Feng's powerful strength had shocked everyone. Even an expert like Wang Zhanlong was no match for Lin Feng. What level was Lin Feng's cultivation? Today's battle is really satisfying. Wang Zhanlong was injured, but his face showed a trace of a sinister smile. It's been a long time since someone was able to injure me like this. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? I said that I can take your head in 10 moves, so I can definitely do it within 10 moves. You're already qualified to make me take out this divine tool. Evil Dragon Blade, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanlong waved his right hand and a treasure flew out. It was a dark brown dagger with fierce evil dragons drawn on it. A destructive aura spread out from the evil dragon blade. The evil dragon blade shook the void, and the surrounding void was immediately torn apart. The evil dragon blade emitted a terrifying divine aura. That divine aura suppressed the world. When they felt the divine aura of the evil dragon blade, many people's faces became deathly pale. It was as if they were facing a god. Thump, thump, thump. Countless people couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling. Chapter 1095. The divine aura was so vast that everyone felt like they were suffocating. How could mere mortals contend against a divine artifact? Now that the divine artifact was releasing its divine aura, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Many people were unable to withstand the divine artifact's aura and were forced to retreat. The evil dragon blade hovered above Wang Zhanlong. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Brat, I have a divine artifact. What are you going to use to fight me? Once a divine artifact appears, who can contend against me? Isn't killing you as easy as slaughtering a dog?" Wang Zhanlong, who had a divine artifact, was extremely arrogant. His words were filled with contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What divine artifact? It's just a semi-finished divine artifact. Who are you trying to scare?" Ordinary people might not be able to tell the difference between a divine artifact and a semi-finished divine artifact, but Lin Feng could. Lin Feng had the Black Dragon Sword and the Spring and Autumn Sword, both of which were divine artifacts. A true divine artifact had the feeling of the great Tao returning to one. On the other hand, a semi-finished divine artifact could only display its sharpness. It could not restrain its aura. The evil dragon blade was like that. Thus, Lin Feng concluded that the evil dragon blade was only a semi-finished divine artifact. Of course, a semi-finished divine artifact was terrifying enough. It surpassed a peak Tao artifact. Most importantly, if one had not broken through to the God realm, it would be very difficult to activate a divine artifact's power. Thus, if Wang Zhanlong used the same two treasures, a semi-finished divine artifact and a divine artifact, the semi-finished divine artifact's power would be even greater than a true divine artifact's. Wang Zhanlong also knew this. He sneered and said, "Brat, do you think we can activate a true divine artifact with our cultivation? Even if we can activate a portion of a divine artifact's power, we'll have to burn a large amount of our lifespan to activate it. If we kill 1,000 enemies, we'll lose 800 of our own lifespan. However, a semi-finished divine artifact can activate a portion of its power without burning our lifespan. A semi-finished divine artifact only needs to activate 1/100th of its power. Let alone you. Even the strongest ancient powerhouse will be killed." Many people nodded when they heard Wang Zhanlong's words. The best was the one that was suitable for oneself. Wang Zhanlong's words could be summarized in a simple manner. However, not everyone could understand this logic. Evil Dragon Blade. Wang Zhanlong sneered and began to activate the Evil Dragon Blade. Whoosh! The Evil Dragon Blade flew towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. It cut through the void and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. Puff! Like a piece of paper, the void was instantly torn apart and space-time power spread out. Any cultivator struck by the space-time power would instantly die. The Evil Dragon Blade was truly worthy of being a semi-finished divine artifact. Its power was astonishing. Seeing the Evil Dragon Blade slashing towards Lin Feng, many people cried out in alarm. The Evil Dragon Blade was such a powerful attack. Could Lin Feng block it? At this moment, no one believed that Lin Feng could withstand this attack. The reason for that was because that attack was simply too terrifying. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others were even more pale. The attack of a semi-finished divine artifact was very likely to kill Lin Feng, so they were naturally very worried. At this moment, Lin Feng unhurriedly took out the Regal Sword Tomb. The Regal Sword Tomb flew into the air, and Lin Feng formed a seal with both hands. "Open!" he shouted, and a rune entered the Regal Sword Tomb. The Regal Sword Tomb automatically opened, and 3 treasured swords flew out from the sword slot. Whoosh! The cold air was oppressive. Black Dragon Sword, Spring and Autumn Sword, Undying Sword. Under the Regal Sword control art, the power of these 3 treasures was increased tenfold. Now that they flew out, they immediately collided with the Evil Dragon Blade. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, dazzling lights shot out. The Evil Dragon Blade was immediately suppressed by Lin Feng's 3 treasured swords. How is this possible? Wang Zhanlong exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Why is it not possible? You have a treasure, but others can't? What kind of logic is this?" When the surrounding cultivators saw that Lin Feng's treasures were suppressing Wang Zhanlong's treasures, they were very shocked. However, many of them remembered that Lin Feng was also a person with great luck. Therefore, it was not particularly inconceivable that Lin Feng could take out such a treasure. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Life essence combustion. God awakening. Wang Zhanlong also knew that the situation was unfavorable for him, so he began to burn his life essence. He wanted to use it to awaken the evil Dragon Blade's weapon spirit. This way, the evil Dragon Blade's power could be displayed. The reason Wang Zhanlong did this was because he knew that although the quality of Lin Feng's treasures surpassed the evil Dragon Blades, it was much more difficult to awaken the weapon spirit of a divine tool compared to a semi-finished divine tool. Wang Zhanlong wanted to use this time to kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this, so he did not give Wang Zhanlong this opportunity. Lin Feng directly took out the heaven-devouring jar. He sneered at Wang Zhanlong and said, "This evil dragon blade is not bad. I've taken a fancy to this treasure." He waved his right hand, and the heaven-devouring jar flew above the evil dragon blade, releasing an extremely powerful devouring force that enveloped the evil dragon blade. The devouring force released by the heaven-devouring jar isolated the evil dragon blade from Wang Zhanlong's aura. Even if Wang Zhanlong burned his life essence, he could not activate the evil dragon blade. "You want to devour my treasure? Brat, you're courting death." Wang Zhanlong roared as he charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, "You can't stop me anymore. Devour." Lin Feng continuously formed hundreds of seals, pushing the heaven-devouring jar's power to the maximum. The heaven-devouring jar directly devoured the evil dragon blade. Wang Zhanlong, who was charging towards Lin Feng, grabbed his head with both hands. He let out an incomparably shrill scream. The heaven-devouring jar had directly erased the spiritual imprint he had left in the evil dragon blade. "My treasure. My semi-finished divine weapon. Little bastard. You actually stole my treasure. I won't rest until you're dead." Wang Zhanlong endured the pain in his head and charged towards Lin Feng like a madman. Heavens! A semi-finished divine weapon was stolen just like that? Many people were dumbfounded. These people's hearts were in turmoil. Even a semi-manufactured divine artifact could be forcefully plundered. Just what kind of treasure was that artifact that looked like a broken jar just now? Lin Feng rose up in the air and looked at Wang Zhanlong indifferently. "Wang Zhanlong, I know that Huangfu Qingtian sent you here. I'll kill you today, and the next time I see Huangfu Qingtian, I'll kill him." Lin Feng stepped forward. He used the 9 steps of death and took 5 steps in a row. Bang! Wang Zhanlong's body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. Chapter 1096. He's dead. Wang Zhanlong is dead. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people were shocked to see what was happening in front of them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wang Zhanlong. 10 years ago, he was already strong enough to suppress the Great Elder. After so many years, how strong had he become? But he had still been killed by Lin Feng. Many people were guessing how strong Lin Feng was. He could probably already fight against Huangfu Qingtian. It had only been a few years, but Lin Feng had already become so strong. Back then, when Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had agreed to fight to the death in 10 years, nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Huangfu Qingtian. But now, it seemed that Lin Feng wasn't just a match for Huangfu Qingtian. He might even be able to defeat or kill Huangfu Qingtian. After all, there were still 5 years before the battle. During those 5 years, Lin Feng might surpass Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng returned to the Supreme Peak under the respectful gazes of many people. "Let's go and join the Supreme Peak." Many people rushed to the Supreme Peak. Back then, because Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had fought to the death in 10 years, Lin Feng wasn't favored. Therefore, no one wanted to join the Supreme Peak. But now, Lin Feng had killed Wang Zhanlong and become famous. Naturally, many people wanted to join the Supreme Peak. Lu Gu and Ma Yong stopped everyone. Lu Gu said, "Everyone, please leave. The Supreme Peak isn't recruiting anyone." "Lu Gu, you're just a disciple of the Supreme Peak. What right do you have to stop us? We want to see Senior Brother Lin. We sincerely want to join him," said an elite inner disciple with a cold smile. Immediately, many people responded. They wanted to rush to the Supreme Peak to see Lin Feng. Lu Ji's expression suddenly became gloomy. He said, Why didn't you join the Supreme Peak when it was recruiting? Instead, you avoided him like he was a snake. Now that senior brother Lin Feng has become stronger, you want to join him? Let me tell you, it's too late. How dare you? How dare a disciple of the Supreme Peak who does odd jobs act in such a disrespectful manner in front of us? Who gave you the guts? An elite intersect disciple called Lu Jidong said coldly. He was currently ranked 5th on the Mountain River list and was just a step away from stepping into the Yin-Yang realm. There was a reason why Lu Jidong dared to reprimand Lu Gu. Lu Gu had been in the intersect for many years. His talent was mediocre, and his cultivation was mediocre. He was the kind of person who did not have much of a future. In the sect, strength reigned supreme. Lu Jidong reprimanding Lu Gu was simply too normal. Lu Ji's expression suddenly darkened as he looked coldly at Lu Jidong. He naturally knew this Lu Jidong. To be precise, the two of them had some sort of relationship. Lu Ji's grandfather's generation was a worker in Lu Jidong's family. When Lu Ji's grandfather was in his 40s, he saved some money and went out to find a way to open a bricklayer shop. His business gradually became prosperous. To be honest, Lu Gu and Lu Jidong were from the same sect, but they were no longer related by blood. Lu Jidong was a proud son of the heavens, while Lu Ji's talent was ordinary. Although they came from the same place, but regardless of family background, talent, or future, Lu Gu and Lu Jidong were naturally worlds apart. So in the past, Lu Gu had suffered a lot in front of Lu Jidong, but Lu Gu endured it because he could not afford to offend Lu Jidong. Seeing Lu Jidong arrogantly reprimanding him, Lu Ji's temper flared up. If it was in the past, when he did not have any strength, he could endure being reprimanded and humiliated by Lu Jidong. But now, he was a yin-yang realm expert. How could he continue to swallow his anger? The surrounding disciples looked at Lu Gu with disdain, obviously waiting to see Lu Gu make a fool of himself. But at this time, Lu Ji's body emitted a terrifying qi. Lu Ji's qi surged out from his body as he walked towards Lu Jidong and said coldly, "Lu Jidong, who do you think you are? You dare to make a fuss in front of me? Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Qi, you broke through the yin-yang realm." Lu Jidong cried out in disbelief, his entire body trembling. The surrounding disciples were also extremely shocked. Lu Ji's talent was so poor, but he actually broke through to the yin-yang realm. This was too inconceivable, causing waves to surge in their hearts that could not be calmed down. "Kneel down and apologize," Lu Gu shouted coldly. With a plop, how could Lu Jidong not kneel down? If Lu Gu was still the trash Lu Gu of the past, he would have slapped him to death if he dared to speak to him like that. But now, Lu Gu was a yin-yang realm cultivator, high and mighty. If he dared to disobey Lu Gu would slap him to death. Who would speak up for him? In front of absolute strength, any status was useless. What Mountain River list 5th? A rising star? A sect genius? All of these were useless. Lu Gu was a yin-yang realm expert, and ordinary disciples had no status in front of a yin-yang realm disciple. I was wrong, senior brother Lu. Seeing that we came from the same place and are from the same sect, please spare me. Lu Jidong looked pleadingly at Lu Gu. At this moment, Ma Yong said, "Lu Gu, let's just forget about today's matter. There's no need to argue with these people." Lu Gu nodded. He originally thought that he would be excited to see Lu Jidong, whom he used to look up to, kneel down and beg for mercy. But when he saw Lu Jidong kneel down and beg for mercy, Lu Gu felt indifferent. At this moment, Lu Gu knew that he was no longer the Lu Gu of the past who had no talent and no strength. And the Lu Jidong that he used to look up to was no longer on the same level as him. Cultivation determined a person's horizons. Lu Gu waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "You can leave. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Lu Jidong felt as if he had been pardoned. He thanked him profusely and quickly left. He did not dare to stay in this place any longer. Supreme Peak does not allow trespassers. If anyone dares to trespass Supreme Peak, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Ma Yong said coldly. Then, he left with Lu Gu. Lu Ji's talent is mediocre, but he's already broken through to the yin-yang realm. Just now, Ma Yong seemed to be the leader. Could it be that Ma Yong is also in the yin-yang realm? There are only 7 people on the Supreme Peak. Normally, Ma Yong and Lu Gu go to the Supreme Peak to get some benefits. Obviously, they have the lowest status on the Supreme Peak. Strength determines a person's status. Could it be that all the people on the Supreme Peak have broken through to the yin-yang layer? Heavens, that's possible. They must have obtained a lot of cultivation resources from senior brother Lin Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through. Many people discussed spiritedly. They were extremely envious and regretful. Why didn't they join Supreme Peak when they were recruiting? The disciples who regretted it the most were the ones who had followed Lin Feng to the ancient barbarian mines. Back then, Lin Feng had sent Wang Hu to invite them to join Supreme Peak. Only Mo Yuning, Wu Xiu Lu Gu, and Ma Yong had joined Supreme Peak. The others didn't think highly of Lin Feng's future after his 10-year battle with Huang Fu Qingtian, so they had refused. But now that they saw that even someone as mediocre as Lu Gu had broken through to the yin-yang realm after joining Supreme Peak, they were all pounding their chests in regret. If they had joined Supreme Peak back then, wouldn't they also be in the yin-yang realm? However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful they were, they no longer had the chance to join Supreme Peak. Chapter 1097. Senior brother Lin Feng is here. Many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect's outer sect, Heaven-Mending Peak, looked excitedly at the handsome youth walking down the mountain. Lin Feng had long since become a rising star in the sect. His status was even higher than the Grand Elders. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's current strength. Heaven-Mending Peak, which had almost been abolished in the past, received a lot of attention because of Lin Feng. Countless new disciples wanted to join Heaven-Mending Peak. Elder Qiao Yunxiu and the others came to welcome Lin Feng. When Lin Feng joined Heaven-Mending Peak, there were only 100 disciples, and none of them were talented. Qiao Yunxiu was the only elder. Today, Heaven-Mending Peak had a few dozen elders and 3,000 to 4,000 disciples. Elder Qiao Yunxiu had also been promoted to Grand Elder. Lin Feng chatted with Elder Qiao Yunxiu and the others for a while, then went to visit Peak Master Yu Butian. Yu Butian had a gentle temperament and was aloof from worldly affairs. However, the Fire Qilin had said that he couldn't see through Yu Butian. Lin Feng was very grateful to Yu Butian because Yu Butian had repeatedly reminded Lin Feng to establish his own Tao. The two of them weren't master and disciple, but they were even closer than that. A lone peak, a dilapidated palace, and a lush forest. Lin Feng and Yu Butian sat cross-legged with tea boiling in front of them. A faint fragrance filled the air. Yu Butian poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. The tea had a faint green color. Yu Butian gestured for Lin Feng to taste. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, he had a special feeling. He felt as if he had a very special connection with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the divine ability formations in his dantian were about to activate. This is? Lin Feng was shocked. He had tasted some famous teas before, such as snow tea, dragon spirit tea, and so on. However, he had never tasted tea with such amazing effects. This is great Tao tea, Yu Butian said. I've never heard of it. Please enlighten me, senior. Lin Feng said. Yu Butian said, when the world was first created, some natural spiritual items were born. One of them was a tea tree called the Grand Tao Ancient Tea Tree. It is said that the tea leaves produced by the Grand Tao Ancient Tea Tree are compatible with the Grand Tao and can help cultivators gain a deeper understanding of various Taos. Lin Feng said, there's actually such a heaven-defying thing in this world? Ji Butian said, with the passage of time, the Great Path Ancient Tea Tree has long since become a legend. Perhaps there are still some left, but no one knows of them. Only a very small amount of tea leaves have been passed down. Lin Feng knew how precious this great Tao tea leaf was. Now that Yu Butian had taken it out, it was obvious that he wanted Lin Feng to comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng was touched, but he didn't say any words of thanks, because it would be too polite. Lin Feng didn't leave. He was cultivating on the lonely peak. Lin Feng easily entered a deep state of comprehension of various Taos. A few of his divine abilities were now restless, as if they were about to be promoted to perfection. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng was in seclusion for 10 days. Finally, he promoted the archaic dragonesque elephant art, the great sky-covering hand, and the archaic star-plucking hand to perfection. 2 intents, Sword Intent and Sky Splitter, had also been promoted to perfection. Battle Force, the White Tiger Killing Intent, and the Heaven-Punishing Battle Intent had also been promoted to perfection. However, Lin Feng's cultivation of the 3,000 Das, including the Great Death Technique, Great Purification Technique, Great Bewitching Technique, and Great Ice Technique, were still at the Greater Mastery realm. Obviously, it was very difficult to promote the 3,000 Das to perfection. As for the Heaven Patching Technique, which he had just learned, it had been promoted from the Lesser Mastery realm to the Greater Mastery realm. Other than the 3,000 Das, all his other divine abilities had been promoted. Even though Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the next cultivation level, his fighting abilities had increased tremendously. By the time Lin Feng came out of seclusion, it was already nighttime. Only now did he realize how different the mountain peak was at night. The plants on the peak seemed to have a life of their own. They were growing madly. Even an ordinary blade of grass had grown to 3 or 4 meters tall. As for the vines on the cliff, they seemed to have transformed into huge green dragons that danced in the air. Such vigorous vitality. Lin Feng was shocked. He could sense the boundless vitality of the world. He walked towards the place with the densest vitality. At the peak of the mountain, Lin Feng saw Jibutian sitting cross-legged. Countless branches danced around him. Boundless vitality surged out of his body. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had never seen a person with such a strong life force. Jibutian opened his eyes. The madly growing plants returned to their original state. "This is the Tao of nature," said Jibutian. Jibutian said, "Comprehend nature, become one with nature, become a part of heaven and earth." Lin Feng savored Jibutian's words. He felt that the short sentence contained countless truths that were worth pondering. Lin Feng cultivated with Jibutian for half a year. During this time, Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao deepened. Lin Feng's realm had also risen to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. He was only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. On this day, Wang Hu came to the heaven patching peak to look for Lin Feng. He brought a letter with him, one that Wutian Dugu had ordered his men to deliver. Dugu Wutian had been converted by Lin Feng and had become Lin Feng's slave. Lin Feng had left Dugu Wutian in the divine land of the eastern county to protect Shangguan Feier. He also wanted Dugu Wutian to expand his power in the divine land of the eastern county. "I heard that Master has returned. I obtained a great treasure. I wanted to personally deliver it to Master, but the journey is long. I was afraid that something might happen, so I ordered someone to deliver this letter. I hope that Master will personally come and receive it." The content was very simple. Dugu Wutian's name was written at the bottom. Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of treasure did Dugu Wutian obtain? He was so cautious. It seemed that this treasure was not simple. It had been some time since he returned to the desolate region. Now, Lin Feng planned to go to the divine land of the eastern county to see Shangguan Feier and the others. He bid farewell to Jibutian and returned to the supreme peak. He told Shi Weizhu and the others that he would be leaving. Then, he went to the divine land of the eastern county with the 2 cultivators who had come to deliver the letter. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Outyin ancient capital of the eastern county. This was originally the territory of the Outyin clan, but now it had become Lin Feng's base camp in the eastern county. However, the name of the Outyin ancient capital had been changed. It was now called Lin City. Obviously, Dugu Wutian had asked someone to change it. People came and went in Lin City. It was very lively. It was 10 times livelier than when the Dugu clan had controlled the ancient city. Not long after he entered Lin City, he was slightly stunned when he saw a beautiful female cultivator in front of him. It's her. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.